Good evening, everybody. I did say I was going to be late tonight, but I wasn't expecting it to be this late, and I'm exhausted. That's the funny thing is, I think I had started off. I think I was going to try and stream around like 9:10ish or something like that, just in terms of the time that I got home. And I've actually just kind of been like sitting and staring at the wall, pretty much that the rest of this time. Oh dear. Um, Sorry, seem to have spilled something. I might be able to. Okay, I might have enough to mop it up, but I may also need to run in a little bit. Um, but yeah. Anyways, sorry. I Yeah. So I went to get a book, and I got a delightful little note with the book actually. So that was a nice plus. But the fact of the matter is that I did not get a lot of sleep last night, and I think some of you may remember that I'm on a hybrid work schedule now. And so um one of the one of the drawbacks to that is that you I haven't adjusted very well to the idea of not just having to get up for work, but get up for work and the commute and all the extra stuff that you do in getting ready, because obviously it's a very different thing to sort of roll out of bed, have some breakfast, do whatever, and pretty much go straight to work, and then stuff like shave or all the stuff that you do just to be presentable and like useful in a work environment. So that has translated to a lot of difficulty in terms of just getting sleep. And unfortunately, that's really starting to catch up with me. That's really starting to catch up with me, I think, today in particular, and I'm feeling it. So I was debating on doing Quake tonight, but I've actually been feeling a little bit more like Out There Oceans of Time. And if I can, what I would like to do is I'm going to try and go for the full duration, but do just keep in mind, like, I have some writing to do tonight still. I have a coffee in front of me, but I am like it did take a little bit of effort to get the broadcast going tonight. And if I feel myself fading fast, the last thing I want to do is fall asleep on cast. So I'll do my best. We'll see where it goes though. So Algrins, if they want you at work, they're gonna handle how you show up. Clothing, lucky I'm wearing pants. Yeah, I do not believe there was actually my workplace showed up in the news at one point because of a particularly bad coworker. I think this is like kind of one of those can you believe what unions like let you get away with kind of articles. And apparently there was this guy who would like so he didn't work. He definitely did not work in my building, but um apparently this guy would like bathe his feet in vinegar and definitely considered like just the worst kind of coworker. Like apparently passed gas a lot. Definitely considered like basic hygiene as something more of an optional sort of thing. Apparently like clipped his nails and the shrapnel would go everywhere. Like just every possible like unpleasant behavior. So far as I can tell, he did not microwave fish. That is apparently the one saving grace. Um, but yeah, just uh, like one of these ones where when you read this, it's like how is this guy not talking? Like how did this go on so long? And I mean, again, I guess apparently it's a really strong union, but yeah, like let me see if I can find the article. Um, uh, a worker won the legal right not to work in the same building as Mr. X, who she said farted, swore, and cooked. Oh, he did. He did microwave fish and cook smelly fish. However, Mr. X had his own complaints. Okay, I've got to hear this. Um, Mr. X considers himself a friendly and neighborly sort who tries hard to get along with his uh, who tries to hard to get along with his coworkers. Um, in an environment where, truth be told, we need to make a bit of an effort to maintain a harmonious, productive atmosphere, I believe that living by this credo is essential and just good common sense. Um, oh, okay. So apparently, some of these are like filings in some sort of illegal proceeding. Complaint was filed in 2011. This article is 2016. So that's apparently 5 years. Da, 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 da. So after 5 years, this coworker won the legal right not to work in the same building with Mr. X due to the disabling stress that she suffered in the wake of those harassment allegations. Um, she's outraged that she was a subject of a harassment claim after enduring years of what she considered to be offensive. Hang on, wait. So Mr. X. Okay, sorry, I read this incorrectly. The vinegar guy apparently filed a harassment complaint in 2011. Um, so she was outraged that she was a subject. Sorry, we will get to out there, but this just suddenly became a lot more interesting. Um, so this coworker was outraged she was the subject of a harassment claim after enduring years of what she considered offensive, sometimes threatening behavior from Mr. X. Uh, she'd complained that Mr. X walked barefoot in the office, washed his feet with vinegar, made loud guttural sounds, farted, swore, and cooked smelly food. Mr. X, however, accused the coworker of conducting a harassment campaign against him. In his official complaint, Mr. X said that he tried to make small talk with his coworker in the first 3 months after moving to a cubicle next to her office, but their relationship quickly soured. Every morning when he sat down at his desk, I have a tendency to make a noise when I settle into my chair due to a stiff back, he said. Mr. X heard someone yell, "Are you all right?" He couldn't figure out where the comments were coming from until discovering to his astonishment that it was the coworker. In April 2010, he said the coworker walked by his cubicle and called him espèce de cochon, a species of pig, and then ran into her office. Mr. X also alleged that the coworker told several coworkers that he did not know how to live, and that she made loud, strange noises in his presence. Once they crossed paths at the front door, she started to howl and screech, he alleged. Another time, as they passed outside a washroom, she made a series of strange noises like a feral animal, he said. This is crazy. I heard, like, the thing I read on this was a paragraph originally. This is fascinating. The coworker admitted to an independent investigator that she called Mr. X a pig. She said the insult was not directed at Mr. X, but just came out. It was prompted, she explained, by the terrible smell of Mr. X's dill-flavored popcorn on which he had melted strong cheese. A pregnant colleague had told her the smell was making her sick to her stomach. The coworker told the investigator that although she knew the comment was wrong, she was unable to apologize to Mr. X because she couldn't bear to be in the same room with him. The coworker later received an oral reprimand for the insult, which was deemed workplace harassment. Mr. X's 2 other harassment allegations were dismissed. As Mr. X's harassment case neared its conclusion, The coworker filed an official harassment complaint against him. It was dismissed, however, because it had been filed too long after the alleged incident. At the same time, she launched a grievance in which she alleged that her employer discriminated against her by failing to accommodate her disabling emotional stress by moving her to a separate building from Mr. X. And a relations board upheld that grievance and ordered the employer to compensate her for wages and benefits lost during the more than 2 years she spent on long-term disability. Good Lord. So the one thing that interests me is that it doesn't seem like there are any I guess there wasn't any union stuff mentioned. Anyway, wild story. I hope you're all doing well. Again, sorry, I do need to confess, I said this earlier on, but sleep stuff has been really tough, and I'm feeling it. Like I still have a half hour of writing to do when I finish the broadcast tonight. So I suspect the progress will be slow, and I'll more than likely be a bit more chatty than usual. But I am still going to do my best to make some progress in the game. It's also probably not a bad time at this point because I am going to be loading the game up. We'll probably have a couple other things to say before we really jump into it. But there it is. Anyway, sorry, what was I going to say? Yeah, I'll do my best to kind of like do a normal broadcast, but I do have at least one big thing to do before I turn in for the evening. And to be honest, I do, one of the reasons I was later in getting out than I wanted was I sort of like nodded off for a little while, and it didn't even remotely cover the sleep that I've missed. And then, like I said, I mean, it's just, I'm sure you've all, at some point in your life, hit that level of tired where, like, sometimes you just stare into the abyss for some unknown amount of time. That was the other big delay for the broadcast. So I'm sort of going to acknowledge that I'm not at 100%. But the one disclosure that I did want to get out of the way was I was given a copy of Out There Oceans of Time by the developer through, what was it? I think it was Uvid. Either way, the developer did send this out for promotional purposes, and I'm happy. I'm grateful for it. I'm sure tonight may not be maybe the best presentation, but I'll try my best. But of course, while I think it's kind of clear that I've been having a good time with this over the last few streams, it is always good to report, when you've been given something for promotional purposes, and there doesn't seem to be sort of a limitation on how long you have to play something before you don't need to say that. So it's good to get it out of the way. Do that all the time, and the micro naps while trying to watch YouTube. Well, I think this is like the substance of my YouTube audience, to be honest, are people who just want anything on in the background. And, yeah, sorry, I don't have a whole lot to add to the back end. Sorry, I'm easily distracted at this point. I was also going to say, today feels like a very, very, so on top of all the stuff that I wanted to get through and needed to get through, just feels like a whole lot came up today. So I was able to catch up on a bunch of the podcasts that I listened to. Now, my podcasts tend to be kind of boring. It's usually just sort of clips from stuff that's easily on, that's on the CBC. So like I listen to Power and Politics, for instance, which is sort of well, as you might guess, a politically oriented news show, current affairs show in Canada. So instead of watching that on TV or streaming it, I actually don't think I could watch it on TV. Like, I think I'd need rabbit ears because I don't have cable. But either way, it's not... that's one of the things that I listen to. But it does mean that I listened to the last 2 days... excuse me, of now it's time for me to get my guttural sounds out. I was listening the last couple of days, and Canada is not immune from the United States. So I realize a lot of you watch streams to get away from current events, but I mean, let's admit it, right? The FBI raid is absolutely wild, given the news that's come out of it. And then Salman Rushdie stabbed. The first I'd read while I was working was that somebody had made stabbing motions, but it seemed like they were punching him. But it does actually seem like he was stabbed. And on top of that, it seems like this is coinciding with one of his wives releasing an autobiography, which reveals he's kind of a jackass. At least personally. So it seemed to be really cold. But I mean, again, like obviously, I'm sure he has views on. I mean, well, he has said some rather, I don't know, uncouth things as far as marriage is concerned. But yeah, like obviously, it's what a terrible. Like, the thing I'm thinking of is for the woman who released the autobiography. That's gotta be a really tough time to release it, because like obviously, you know, he's a major literary figure, and I don't think anybody. Well, okay, clearly one person, you know, wishes that sort of thing on him, but you know, like that doesn't change the way that he behaved. But you know, it just sort of feels like this pretty personal detail that she's finally releasing is almost certainly going to be provoking the worst kind of reactions. You know, despite the fact clearly she had absolutely no control over what happened to him. So, yeah, well, obviously because of the satanic verses, you know, he's always been under threat. I don't know if he's had to be. He's always had bodyguards, or if it's sort of like adjusted over time. But you know, it's just one of these things where you'd imagine, like, you always kind of imagine that sort of thing happening closer to like the fatwa being declared, rather than the, you know, rather than kind of now where you almost hear the reference, like in defense of the newspaper coverage of it, like every time he's mentioned, there is the note that it is still an active threat, but obviously the actual declaration is a fairly distant, you know, something of a fairly distant event. And given the fact that you don't necessarily hear of, you know, stories of attacks and such until today, like it's just one of these things that you sort of accept, like we've hit this new equilibrium, so that, you know, the word of the threat is still there, but not necessarily the action. And, you know, clearly that's a terrible way to go. Like, I don't think anybody really doubted the sincerity of the threat, but it just, you know, you kind of assume, because so many years had gone by without incident, that whatever security measures were in place were adequate, but clearly not. So, and of course, for somebody who likes reading so much, I must confess I've not read anything of his. I'd like to, but there's a lot to read. So yeah, a very, like, for a day when I'm not feeling like at my best, I will confess that I had a lot to process. Speaking of reading, what did you get today? Oh yes, because I guess I put out the image of the note, but not the book itself. Let me get the exact title. There's actually a few things that I've signed out. So on the econ side, I was able to go to my workplace library yesterday, um, and um, they have a so Elsevier is like, if there could be such a thing as an academic supervillain, they're it. But they do publish this incredibly useful series called basically the Handbook of Economics, and then it depends on the series. So like I have all the volumes of the Handbook of Econometrics. I've got the 4 volumes of Handbook of Mathematical Economics, and then I've also got a couple about me. Yeah. Well, this is funny because they don't normally have, like, normally when I've ordered stuff on online with them, it's usually like wrapped in plastic. Hey, Vanguard Master. Um, but I guess this thing was in store, so they just took it off the shelf and put it in a bag. Um, but yeah, anyway, so I'm gonna do it. This isn't the thing. I'll close with the thing that I picked up, but there are a few interesting things that I picked up recently. So I've got this absolutely massive book called the Handbook of the Economics of Art and Culture, which has been like, where I was working, there was this small window. Like, I thought I had a really solid case for it, but you know, you have to do what your workplace says, and they were not interested in it. But like, I've had this white whale of doing some economic work on what I'll say in broad terms are cultural industries. And I really felt I had a good like business case for it. And in fact, I had one manager who sort of went to another division. And so like they were supportive of me, but like not to a point where it would sort of get sold to the very top. And then they moved away anyway. So that was like my one window in which to do it. But it seems like the new division I'm in might. I didn't necessarily think it would be a good fit, but it seems like they are. It seems like they're a little more in line. They're at least a little more interested in the idea, which surprises me. But look, I'll take the opportunity if I can. But I had no idea that there was actually a volume on that topic. So it's a. Oh, you looked it up? Yeah, it's huge. Um, I turned in a book, Chris Voss's book, Never Split the Difference. It's a book on negotiation. I don't really have to do a lot of negotiations in that, but the idea of a FBI negotiator doing a book on negotiations a little too hard to pass up. And contrary to that sort of book, like my usual reaction to that sort of book, I actually thought it was really interesting, and I thought it had some very good practical advice. Wait, real? It's 2 volumes? Hang on. I gotta check this. I had no idea that they split it up into 2 volumes. I gotta make sure. Science Direct. Oh, interesting. That's a new cover. Holy crap. Did they really release a second? Oh, man. I don't think my workplace, like my workplace actually has a library. But I don't think they have, I don't think they had the second volume. Let me just take a quick second here, because it could be that they just split the old one. I have so many books. All right. The way you can tell it with these. So first of all, this thing. Okay, so first edition published in 2006. So I'm going to guess that volume 2 is a separate book. So mine ends chapter 37 in policy, and volume 2 starts in what? Hmm. They seem to have changed the way that they're doing these, because like the way that they used to handle it was like you would look at these different like basically the volumes would just kind of be continuations. So like this thing went up to chapter 37, so volume 2 would start on chapter 38, but that doesn't seem to be the case. But yeah, so the one I have, it's probably the one you're looking at. So 1,322 pages long. Sections go history, value, legal issues, culture and the economy, consumption and production, cultural industries, labor markets, auction and prices, heritage, location and policy. And then, of course, 37 individual articles on it. There's a couple of interesting ones in here. So, like, there's stuff like history of art markets and that's just interesting to me. But the the one that I'm a little interesting. Actually, there's one that might be kind of interesting. Empirical studies of the demand for the performing arts. That's kind of a funny one, just because like it's economists sitting around. It's like, why don't people go to the opera anymore? um, what was the one I was really looking for? There was one on creativity, which I thought would look like a really interesting topic. Why can't I find it anymore? Culture and economic development, I also think, is a really. Um, oh, here we go. Part 6, consumption and production. Chapter 16, creativity and the behavior of artists. And then there's a couple of other ones that are related to that. Artistic labor markets, contingent work, excess supply, and occupational risk management. 23, artist careers and their labor markets. Chapter 24, human capital and artist labor markets. 25, stardom and talent. So, like labor econ is a pretty interesting subject on its own that I'm actually not that familiar with. But clearly, what you would think of in terms of a lot of creative work also leads to a lot of interesting questions in terms of, how basically how you make a living doing this stuff, right? And I actually think the thing that's kind of funny about this is that I have a feeling a lot of even though like I'm sure some of this stuff is kind of imagining like the lone painter who's only discovered after they die. I'm actually wondering, one of the reasons I started looking at this stuff was I'm wondering if some of this study might actually be able to apply to uh, like indie devs. Um, and then because like the thing about like independent game development is like in one sense you would almost imagine that like it should be something that you can see being economically viable, but it clearly isn't. So there's one argument which says, the penniless painter is not a bad model for this, and then there's another one, maybe even streaming and writing. I have tried writing on stream before. What I'd probably have to do with these is, oh yeah, sorry, you're talking about the analogies. Yeah, no, actually, you're right that streaming is another good example of that. I think there's a lot of parallels between streaming and in independent game development. Sorry, I think I just cut myself on something. But yeah, actually, I'm happy you brought it up because it looks like Volume 2 is quite a bit slimmer. I'm really surprised that they have Volume 1 but not Volume 2, because 2014 isn't exactly a new book. But I am going to take a quick look at the subjects here. So creative genius in literature, music, and the visual arts, starting strong. So value and evaluation in art culture, contemporary experimental aesthetics, procedures and findings, economic cultural value of painting, some empirical evidence, values of music, economics of cultural awards, the use of stated preference methods to value cultural heritage. That's a really interesting one, because like the idea here, right, is that I don't know, like a statue in a park or something like that. You know, what value do you assign to that? Um, oh well, I mean, in the United States, I suppose that actually might carry some other implications, which I don't intend. Um, but yeah, like sometimes the value of cultural works is not the fact that like it's an entertaining movie or like a popular book, but that it's part of a national identity. Demand, consumption, and investment, bestsellers and blockbusters, movies, music, and books. This I'd be interested in seeing in light of the fact that I don't think we were quite in the Marvel dominated stage where we are now. I think that was starting, but new technologies and cultural consumption. I'm a little surprised that Joel Waldfogel isn't doing some of these. Investment in visual art, evidence from international transactions. Part 3, innovation and technological change. Cultural innovation by cultural organizations, digitization. Oh, no, there's Joel Waldfogel. Digitization, copyright, and the flow of new music products. How much of the value of a statue is associated with its concrete plinth? You can use the concrete for sidewalks, but nope, you have to. We measure the opportunity cost. We could have built a hospital, but instead we put up a statue of Colonel Bai. Chapter 13, the pricing of art and the art of pricing styles in the concert industry. Chapter 14, media ownership, diversity, values, efficiency in a changing technological environment. Part 4, trade development and diversity, cultural products in the international trading system. Chapter 16, cultural diversity, copyright, and international trade. Chapter 17, trade and cultural diversity. It feels like some of these are repeating, but I know they don't do that in these books. This is an interesting one. Chapter 18, cultural diversity, conflict, and economic development. 19, culture, linguistic diversity, and economics. And then the final section for those of you who truly could not care less about this subject. National cultures, value orientations, consequences of value differences, and cultural distance. Chapter 21, religion, culture, and development. As somebody who actually genuinely likes listening to Byzantine chants, I'm kind of interested in this one. And then chapter 22, strategic interactions between modern law and custom. Okay. Here's the thing I hate to admit. I do sometimes save up and buy these things if I think they're sufficiently interested. But if I can, I try and get them used. So I just want to see really quick if... $118 is the cheapest. Oh my god, 200 US. I'm pretty sure I can buy that new from Elsevier on its own. Okay, so the first one's not available for cheap. What about the second one? You're kidding me. They don't put the ISBN number on the... Oh, here it is. These books are not cheap. I got the econometrics series for a song, because it's quite old. It's been a long running series, and so there's more libraries that are either getting rid of their copies. It's actually the next step up from a college textbook. So this is like a reference work that if you probably like wouldn't be assigned it for a course, but if this was like a subject that you were doing research in, you would probably want it as a reference work because it's this collection of material sort of in your field. I don't know how many people like personally own this and how many are just sort of library collections. But yeah, even the second volume, like the lowest including shipping, is like $130. So the trick for this is that every once in a while, I'm looking at Science Direct, which is I think just the digital copies. But if you go to the Elsevier website, Every once in a while they have a sale and it can actually go as low. Are you kidding me? They just do an ebook now? That's bananas. Maybe I'll just forget to return this book. No, that would be terrible. Um, okay, yeah. So the um, electronic one is $165. I'm not spending that for an electronic. I'd maybe consider that for like a hardcover. Um, this is weird. So apparently they just, at least on their website, they don't advertise a. So like the thing that's crazy, like the thing that's funny up here, right? It says book sale save up to 30% on individual print and ebooks with free delivery, and occasionally it will actually go as low as 50%. I tend to notice. Um, and so like if I can get something like a 50% discount, like that's not a cheap book, but like that's pretty decent, right? Um, so what I'll usually do is like I'll just kind of check in every once in a while and see if there's like a sale going on, and pick them up there. But like the catch is here, like at 30% off, I would maybe even consider like supplementing the I'd even consider like supplementing the volume that I don't have. But I really do not want to spend over $100 on an electronic book. Like, especially because I'm pretty sure if I were to go back to Vancouver, I would just be able to go use my alumni card and I'd be able to read all of those electronically at the university anyway. Um, there's one last thing I want to check here. I'm really sorry. I really can do this on my own time, but um, huh. I'm just slightly fascinated by the fact that there isn't a physical copy of this book anymore. Because like I got, I think two of the, so like I got a copy of David Leuenberger's, I think it's Information Theory, and it's really obvious that that was like print on demand. And I'm pretty sure two of the volumes of Mathematical Economics were print on demand as well. Um, so it's the first time I've actually seen them just outright deny the physical edition. Anyways, interesting. So given the thing that drives me a little nuts is that on this used books site, like there are a couple of physical copies, and now I'm wondering if it's a good idea to like just, I don't know, borrow a bit of money and like see if I can and just like pick up the physical copies now, because if there's no more being made and those get snapped up, I'm going to assume that they only become more costly as time goes by. So if I can ask for them to be shipped. I know for a fact that the Vancouver one does not participate in an Ontario network, because I had to jump through who basically just before COVID started. I needed to get a special card through the Ottawa Public Library so that I could look at the University of Ottawa library and only be able to sign out some of the volumes. And of course, that was the time that they closed it to the that was the time that they closed it to the public. So, um, unfortunately, it's not as easy as it seems. Okay, now I apologize because I've just been rambling for almost 40 minutes about a very obscure topic, and I didn't even cover the book that I wound up getting. But um, the reason why I feel slightly okay talking about this stuff is that if this turns out, this will actually be the subject of a few future articles on the website. So hopefully you will all be able to go back and say, I was there in that moment when he didn't make any sense and he was talking about strange books. Um, but I returned the Chris Voss book. One of the reasons I did that was because George Saunders, I think I read this in like a Globe and Mail article or that, but they talked about the book A Swim in a Pond in the Rain, which is supposed to be about the subtitle is, let me see if I can get the exact, in which 4 Russians give a masterclass on writing, reading, and life. So I think George Saunders is a sort of a, it's like, you know, there's like people who write respectable books, and like the way that they actually pay the bills is that they're set up in academia. So I think George Saunders is one of these figures. So I don't know. It's like a respected author talking about Russian novelists. What's not to like, right? Anyways, this thing has had like a huge waiting list. So it wasn't the best time for this to get picked up, but I did get that today. Apologies to those of you who are going to be waiting in line, because I totally plan on using this up to the 21-day overdue period. If it's longer than 21 days, you have to pay for the book. So I just take that as a 21-day extension. But the book that got the nice little note, for those of you who didn't see the tweet, when I ordered this, so when I picked this, so first thing, it came in a paper bag, so I'm like, did I get the wrong book? Like, am I going to take this thing out and there's going to be like a dirty book here? But no, it is the book that I was looking for. And there's a little post-it note attached to this which says, "This book is fantastic. I hope you enjoy. Thank you for shopping with us." That was just chapters, so like it's kind of the Canadian Barnes and Noble. It's two chains that merged a million years ago, Indigo and Chapters. But the book that I picked up is called How to Invent Everything, a Survival Guide for the Stranded Time Traveler. And it's by Ryan North. And what I did not realize is that Ryan North is Canadian, also is the author of dinosaur comics, also apparently wrote Lost in Random, which is one of the EA original games that I really want to play. So I was just delighted to find out the Canadian connection, let alone the gaming connection. So yeah, needless to say, I'm very excited to read that book, but it also, as you can see, I've got quite a bit on my plate already. There's 2 other books that I bought, but they needed to be back ordered. Anyways, I do apologize for doing this because I know we haven't started the game yet. I actually kind of need to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to do that. I'm just going to get something to drink. And I appreciate, I should have put this as just chatting, because I do appreciate the chance to just sort of build up to the stream. But I figured rather than do like 2 minutes of gameplay and then just like run off, I'm going to take a second and get myself sorted out. This is just a really, really long intro, and then we'll enjoy some Out There Oceans of Time for the rest of the evening. And I do apologize for the very disorganized start, but it is what it is. See you in a little bit. No, they have not, Immortal Velity. And the good news is it's not actually my ship. Sorry, I've misplaced my headphones, but sorry for the delay. I decided to take the Handbook of Economics of Art and Culture with me to the bathroom. I'm now halfway through, and I think it's worth picking up. All right, I have my water. I have kind of coldish coffee. I'm feeling a little more alert now, which is good. And hopefully, well, I mean, those of you who, no, I have coffee. But I totally forgot what I was going to say. Let's continue. So yeah, I know I get very apologetic about the digressions and Algren's you mentioned as being distracting, but I'm actually kind of glad to know that those handbooks are only available as ebooks now. I'm like 90% certain I'm not going to order them, but totally forgot what you're saying after saying I don't know about incredibly alert. I said I'm more alert, or did I? If I said incredibly alert, then I definitely was talking nonsense. Man, I could have done my whole digression during the loading screen. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, so normally if my purchasing decisions are going to be based on whether or not Elsiever's doing a discount, I think I can put a couple of price alerts for used copies of the books. I might be able to find a good sale. The other thing is that it looks like they're at the very least reducing the size of the library. If this takes too much longer, I'm going to crash it out and see. Oh, got a not responding. I'm going to give it a little bit longer and then... Oh, no, it gave me another one. Okay. Take two. Unable to sync. Come on, guys. Yeah, so it looks like they're shrinking the size of the library yet again, because they've already done that once. And I will see maybe if they need to make more space, or if they need to shrink the collection, maybe see if there's some volumes that they're willing to part with. This is going to be really disappointing. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so this is what my real ship looks like, Immortal Velity. And I think, if I recall correctly, I'm actually really glad I did this before, but I think I'd said that I was going to go to the planets first. Oh, this is funny. So I think I said that I would save at the very end because I couldn't figure out, or like I wouldn't know, because I wouldn't remember which I'd visited. So clearly that logic failed, but I'm pretty full up in terms of my resources. So has anyone told you your ship does not look like a mass relay from that angle? I had a hunch, but I'm glad to confirm. I'm a little curious what the circle around the white dwarves mean. So we've got Fateful Confrontation going to the Archon's headquarters. We must stop the Archon as quickly as possible. Quickly as possible is relative because they keep throwing additional quests in front of me. We've delivered 9 tons of hafnium to the organization. We're traveling to Mythical Earth, which we're almost on our way there. And then find the nebula. The Atlas has given us coordinates of a nebula that might help us in our quest. So I'm not 100% sure what the little white circle here would indicate. One thing I might try in terms of making it to the nebula, I might try this black hole because I believe I can travel through them and move quite quickly. But the first thing we're going to do is Mythical Earth. And because I've got quite a few resources, we don't even necessarily need to check that many worlds. Actually, you know what? I'm trying to decide if yeah, so if we visit the blue giant, we can get our fuel, and we'll still be in range for the mythical Earth. Normally, I do like exploring the systems, but we establish an orbit around a diamond-shaped station that drifts through space. It reflects the light of nearby stars as if covered with aluminum, though it is pockmarked with meteorite damage, and its structure has been torn like a spider's web. We can explore around the station. We give up fuel and gain an object. We can hack the onboard computer. Now that will cost us morale, but we'll gain an alien word, or change the trajectory to avoid it. Now I don't like giving up morale, but alien words are actually pretty helpful, so... Alright. New word has been learned. Nyandinid child. And I don't have my tablet in front of me, so I won't write that down, but... I'm pretty sure as far as the... I guess for morale, I'm pretty sure our plants are going to cover us. Yeah, actually we get +3 for the next voyage anyway, so... I'm going to hit this with 10.
Equipment damaged.
Now this is a little more than I was planning. I was hoping I get some helium alongside it. Okay, so it's kind of a net loss of... Actually, there was one other thing I could have done. I could have refilled the oxygen. We'll hit with the 10 again. So, fill up the oxygen. This is really an effort just for me to get the helium, but... We'll probe it again. This time we'll just do a 4. Oof! I wasn't actually planning on visiting all 3, but clearly my greed got the better of me. Just do 8 this time around. My god. Okay, I think we're good for fuel for a little while. Sergei, look! The sun! Yes, it's a white dwarf now. The Earth is completely dead. I knew it, but to see it with my own eyes... Don't let your guard down. Just because the system seems dead doesn't mean there isn't any danger. Alright. So this still counts as a garden planet, apparently. So here it is, the mythical Earth. the land of our ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
Mythical Earth. It's all desert and ice now. What a sad sight. Does its annihilation bode well for our species? What kind of a question is that? It wouldn't be the first time we walked so closely to extinction. You're right. We've survived and thrived through numerous mass extinctions. Maybe it's some kind of cycle. You've lost me. What if humanity must always come close to extinction in order to take its next step in its evolution, like when we left Earth for the stars? I think that was luck, but humans have always been selfish. Sooner or later, that will be our downfall. We've accomplished so much in so little time. It's almost miraculous when you think about it. I do not believe humanity will have spoken its last word. It's good that someone believes that, officer. Scan the planet before we land. Report on anything unusual. Aye, Captain. There is one anomaly. It looks like a colossal structure of some kind, sticking out of the ice. I want a closer look. The ruins of an ancient world, preserved beneath the ice. It's nothing more than a dead planet. Everything is remarkably preserved, as if it froze over very suddenly. Don't suns normally die slowly, over millions of years? Legends speak of an immensely powerful being that ate the sun as punishment for our sins. Make of that what you will. Do you think that's how it went, all at once? Our ancestors survived, so there must have been some warning. Captain, let's take a closer look at that structure. It's the only point of interest for miles around. Drill first! Strange statue, an immense, sinister statue showing humans in beseeching poses before the judge/architect. So, mandatory to bring Nix and Sergei. We'll definitely bring the xenolinguist. And then the question is, I should have paid attention to whether or not we needed engineering or survival. I think I'm going to bring Calais because they are a level 1 character. Sorry about the load times. Looks like there was a new patch to this, and I wasn't expecting it to... I'm actually just going to take a quick second here and see. Location marker for chests when on an expedition. Additional sound effects on various actions. Improvement to the Ultra Probe system. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there should be a big change to the load times, but... Okay, so as usual, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that there's no timer on expeditions, and I'm going to just use that to explore as much as I can and avoid any damage. Now, it kind of looks like it's a big straight path right now. Okay, yeah, so we're going to have to go through the bleeding. Looks like we got lucky there. You mean to tell me we couldn't have parked the ship closer? It's kind of like XCOM and wondering why there's only one Firebird. Actually, I guess with Phoenix Point, they let you build more than one. So, Okay, so we do have a reduction to the... I'm assuming we get sick if we go through the goop. Oh, interesting. I wonder if we can access this research building through other means. Yep. A building attracts our attention. Although the architecture and structure indicate that this is an important place, the exterior facade is covered in graffiti. Captain Nix manages to translate some of the inscriptions. They are insults in every language. Inside, the building is divided into administrative rooms, offices, chairs, tables. A sign announces that there is an amphitheater on the first floor. A set of safety steps, which do not appear on the evacuation plan, seem to lead to a basement. We can study the scattered documents, go down to the basement, or go up to the amphitheater. So, I've kind of been trained in this game to see the use of resources as the better option, but that may not necessarily be true. Let's go down to the basement. The basement contains everything except a parking lot. A heavy door prevents access, but the ice that is formed makes the task of opening it all the easier. One tremendous shove of the shoulder and the door shatters inwards. Behind it lies a strange laboratory with many glass pods. The liquid inside of these containers has frozen solid. We see the words Project Sigma inscribed on all the documents here. In these cases, we find several images of a birdman, apparently called Judge Architect. At the end of the hall, we find a double door with the word morgue written upon it. We decide not to venture any further. So we gained a portable safety shower. Alright, so it looks like it wants me to either walk over the spikes or the toxic goop. Or possibly do both. Okay, so no real benefit to potentially injuring my crew here. Well, actually, there might be, because it looks like we have to go over the spikes anyway. So we still have options for healing through other means. I'm not going to panic yet. It's also a much bigger map than I was expecting. Okay, so that's our objective. This looks like something out of Valiant Cheese's Bone Sweeper. Alright. I'm gonna feel very foolish if there's a path to the Birdman. Now, I'm noticing it's telling me about the experience point gains, but it's not telling me about anything else. Okay, yeah, so I could have avoided some damage by going through the goop. Ah, well. Nothing but ruins and rubble. I think I even saw bodies frozen in ice. We'll join them if we're exposed to these temperatures for much longer. Land the ship closer. Look, a massive statue of some sort of birdman. If my old English holds up, the inscription says something like Judge Architect. Do you think it's to scale? A being capable of literally eating the sun would have to be tall, unless it's a metaphor. Look at these humans prostrate at its feet. So does I say prostate? Prostrate. They're begging the Judge Architect to save them. I think these names inscribed here and a date. This is a gigantic tomb. The last monument erected on Earth. Captain, look here. These markings are much more recent. They're easier to read. I can see something like handwriting. These are, I think they're stellar coordinates. But who would have engraved them on this statue at this height? Survivors, perhaps? No, the marks are too deep and straight. Maybe they were made by the Judge Architect itself. Whoever it was, they left directions, Captain. We'll learn more by going there. It's not as if we have any better leads. Metaphor or not, the Judge Architect extinguished the sun so quickly its power must be immense. This power can't be allowed to go to waste. We need it to cross the veil of infinity. Quick, back to the ship. Now, I don't know if we've actually been introduced to the veil of infinity, so if we have, I've forgotten whatever dialogue drove me to it. Sorry, I should be going through the goop instead. I mean, it won't kill me if I redirect the ship. So I'm being silly whenever I say just land the ship closer, but like the fact that you can do the evacuation and actually bring your ship down by the statue does actually invite the question, you know, if you're worried about the cold that much, why didn't you bring the ship closer? So I'm kind of having fun, but it is actually a question I have of, kind of the game. I'm wondering if I can go through the university again. Yes, I can. So what this does is I avoid the fuel cost. So even though we have a surplus of fuel, it's still a chance for me to make the most of my resources. So the thing that's kind of funny about this one is that I can sort of see why people might have complaints with this exploration system. And we talked about this in the previous entry where it seems like there was one sort of decision in terms of how to do things, you know, for the game. I think there was some sort of stamina or like there was some kind of a mechanic that would limit your, it would limit the actions that you could take on an exploration mission like this. Now, I actually think it's better that they don't have that, and we talked about, so originally we talked about it, and I said, it's like, you know, if you've got a game which is all about being out in space and seeing strange new worlds, it seems a bit weird to put a mechanic that basically limits your ability to explore strange new worlds. It'd be a little bit like making a game like No Man's Sky and saying like you have a 50 planet limit and you can only spend like 20 minutes on a planet, you know. It's like, well, what's the point then? Like, or maybe like not both, but like, you know, it's like you can only visit 50 planets of, you know, however many they built, or alternatively it's like you can only spend like 20 minutes on each planet, or, you know, some arbitrary hold like that. Like the point is to kind of go and spend your time if you find the places interesting. But I can sort of see why people would say, well, you know, after a while, if there's nothing to explore, then it's sort of, you're just sort of pushing your units around hexes for no reason. I haven't really felt that about the planets, because like as far as I'm concerned, I'm trying to navigate the maze to minimize my damage. The one planet in which I do sort of feel like it's becoming not exactly tedious, but where I sort of feel like there's a bit of a drag going on here is this world. And it's because in the end, it's a big long snake. Like we had a couple of paths that we could diverge on, but having to actually walk back from the statue, it's sort of like, yeah, I know I'm not going to find anything new. I know there's really not a whole lot there for me, but I do still kind of need to go through the motions because I don't want to pay the fuel cost. So I don't want to kind of sound like I'm without empathy for people who are maybe underwhelmed by this exploration aspect. Although, again, I do like the exploration. I forgot I do actually want to do something. So there's a couple things we can do to... that's fine. Oh wait, this is revealing. Wait, don't I have somebody who can... I thought I had somebody who could pick up materials. Looks like I don't. New suit available, Tellurian. New skill, Educated Guess. Successful expedition. So minor experience boosts for everybody. Morale. So this is why I was willing to give up the morale elsewhere, is usually when you complete an expedition you get a pretty big bonus. Now one thing I am curious about for Mythical Earth... Oh, actually, no. I was thinking that maybe... I was thinking that if your crew is tired, they may not be able to land on Mythical Earth, but it did actually tell me to go on a proper expedition, so I can imagine there might be a point where if I tried to explore a world, it wouldn't have let me. Hopefully I'll never have to find that out, but... random aside, I'm with Cree. Exploration is fine because you need to find all of the things and make sure you don't miss anything. It's just economical. Oh. Hello to Cree. I think... I was trying to remember the last time I was really late. I think you'd mentioned that... she was asleep, so I was like, I have a lot of sympathy for that because I kind of want to go to sleep. But hello. And yeah, it's like I don't think... Okay, I'm pretty sure... Actually, Immortal Velity, you might have been here. But now's not a bad time for me to ask this. In terms of chat, who here has seen me play Starflight? Because I'm not going to switch to it, but I'm... Oh, you're with her, how she plays games. Sorry, my apologies. Sorry, I thought I thought you meant in contact. So, well, obviously that's what I thought. My apologies. I misread. You're just saying you're on the same page. I get it. But yeah, probably my enthusiasm for the exploration can be explained by Starflight. Now, the good news is that if you haven't seen me play Starflight, I am going to return to it. But I did want to get through Out There. One of the reasons why I wanted to do Out There is that I thought it was close enough to things I liked about Starflight, but in like a modern packaging and a sequel to a game that seemed quite popular, that this seemed like a good fit for the stream. And I think it is. You know, I hope I'm not too far off in that evaluation. But sorry again, I can't do long digressions without losing track because of the sleep. Starflight's really interesting because I don't think it can claim to be sort of the first procedurally generated game, but it was one where, like, it's a little bit like Rogue in the sense that these are games that, first of all, exist at a time when there's maybe a little bit less of an established idea of what a video game is. So if you imagine, like, so XCOM, it's kind of hard to think of games that were like XCOM before XCOM. Not to suggest that it like came out of nowhere, but you know, like it's... I don't know if people have a really clear idea. Or actually, here's a better example. Sid Meier's Civilization was originally inspired by and sort of intended to be a spin on... was Syndicate before XCOM? But basically it was supposed to be sort of something inspired by and sort of a spin on SimCity. And of course, you know, Civilization is almost like the prototype for turn-based strategy games on computers. In the case of XCOM, its inspiration, I know one was a tabletop game called Sniper, and then there was another inspiration which I forget. But like, I think Sniper is where they got time units from. Or I guess it's got an exclamation mark in the title, so Sniper. But yeah, like the thing is that there's some games which are taking inspiration from board games. There are some games which are taking, inspiration from other properties that people are interested in. But like, I guess another way you can think about this is something like Tetris. Like, where in the world does Tetris come from? I know there's like I know the concept of Tetronymos existed before. I think there might have even been a board game that used them. But like, clearly Tetris is something that can only exist in a virtual environment. I mean, I suppose, actually, this would be a fun exercise. I wonder if like a game design program has tried doing this, which is like make a board game version of Tetris. And like, there's one where there's a requirement that you have to move a Tetronymo a certain number of units and try and make it fit. You could almost imagine like a competitive game, a little bit like, almost like a weird version of Go, where what you're trying to do is like make the number of, let's just say squares, like would be an interesting example, but you also need to try and disrupt the squares that other people are. So like, maybe you get the points if you're the one who completes the square. I realize that's like a really, really loose interpretation of Go. Like, I'm just thinking of like the idea of capturing territory, and the fact that it can seem like you're about to take a big chunk, but Go's one of those games where like, with some clever play, you can completely turn around the situation, and like all of a sudden the other guy's trapped. Combatris. Did you guys know that there was a sequel to Tetris? So I've been playing the Tetris Effect lately, and that game is wonderful. Like, absolutely insane in some sections, but a beautiful game. And I've been told that apparently if you play Tetris for a bit before bed, it helps you sleep. But I don't think they're accounting for the fact that Tetris is really easy to like get into. So whatever sleep I would be gaining, I'm probably losing in the time that it's taking me to turn off the Tetris. That's not why I'm sleepy tonight, but yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, but did you know there was a Tetris sequel called Weltris? It's bananas. It's like I think the idea is like you're looking down a well. You Googled Combatris 2018. I've written a version of Tetris called Combatris. That's amazing. Okay, now I gotta see this. Does it look good? But yeah, so Weltris, there's like, you can imagine like a cube, and you can move the Tetronymos all over the, like you can move them across each of the, we'll just say like the planes, right? So you've got the, the east and west side, the north, the south side, and you can move it, if you move it, like let's say you're starting at the very top and you move it right. So, you'll move across the, what would be the normal Tetris wall as you're moving to the right. And then you get to the rightmost edge of the top. And then what would happen is the piece now starts moving on the eastern wall. And if you keep moving right, it'll move down. And if you keep moving, then, you start going along the bottom. And then essentially it would hit the bottom of the well, sort of the fourth wall. And I think the idea was from whatever direction you had approached, it would then start sort of falling down to the bottom. So it's a really interesting idea. It's definitely not as easy to sort of directly read as the original Tetris. But I was delighted to find out, as soon as I get interested in something, I'm pretty much going to go down the rabbit hole. One of my secrets for getting the most out of like Wikipedia rabbit holes, and I talked about this before, but like, it's checking the footnotes. And one, it's to make sure that you're not you're not being bamboozled by stuff that's not supported. So actually, I changed the Civilization 5 entry because somebody was claiming that it used. There's two problems with the article. Number one, um, number one, it claimed that it had support for AMD Mantle, which it did not. Uh, it did not previously, and it does not currently. But then it also had this like editorial bit of like, because AMD Mantle has, been folded into Vulkan, it should be easy to switch it over. And I'm like, well, we've already got Civ 6. Like, there wasn't any Vulkan support, and this has no place in the encyclopedia. So I knew I was deleting that section. But I was really bugged about the AMD Mantle thing because I'm like, I'm pretty sure just Beyond Earth has it. And like, yes, Beyond Earth used the same, rendering engine that Civilization 5 did, but just because it's the same, like, you can improve an engine, that doesn't mean that you take the Mantle support and throw that back in the previous game. So I actually installed Civilization 5 to verify this, and like, sure enough, yeah, it doesn't have Mantle support. So then I got really annoyed that I actually had to download it to check, and deleted the sections and moved in. So I am one of those freak shows that actually edits Wikipedia when they see stuff that's wrong in it. But yeah, one of the things that you can do is to check the the footnotes. And actually, speaking of crazy footnotes, let me double check this one. But we're talking about weird revelations. You don't even want to know where I found this crap. Why can't I find this again? There we go. So I didn't know this one, but actually, I guess the other question would be if any of you know who George Tenet is. But yeah, so George Tenet is the director of the Central Intelligence. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's director of the Central Intelligence Agency. And I believe, I think he's kind of considered, the one responsible for, CIA. I think he's the one kind of considered responsible for the failure to sort of handle Al-Qaeda before 9/11. And possibly, I think, has been accused of approving some of the torture methods, but I seem to remember there was some controversy about whether or not that was like that was actually the case. I think there's some dispute as to whether or not he authorized it. Then again, I'm also going to assume that probably it's in his interest to deny that he approved of such a thing. But I found out I found out 3 people who were classmates. So one is a guy named Carl Winslow, Oh, sorry, no, Carl Winslow is a character name. Reginald Vell Johnson, and on Family Matters, Carl Winslow, and like it was enough that somebody mentioned the Family Matters thing, but the probably more eye-catching one, which you only notice if you if you go into the references, is the third classmate, Ron Jeremy. So apparently, director of the CIA, Family Matter character, and another actor of considerable more fame, let us say, were all high school classmates together. Something you only could have learned. I'm not quite sure what you mean by the porcupine. Yeah, something you could only learn by clicking on the links inside of Wikipedia. I'm assuming this is some reference to Mr. Jeremy, and I'm just totally not getting it. I'm sorry. Also, hello, Edge Marion. Okay. Sergey, get me all the available data on the coordinates we found. Already on it, Captain. Archives listed as a rocky... I don't even know how I got on that. Oh, yeah, I was talking about Tetris Effect and all of... Yeah, so sorry, I was talking about games. So, Starflight. Yeah, this is how... this is how far off on topics I get when I'm sleepy. So, Starflight. In addition to this wonderful period where people are still sort of trying to figure out what a kind of what a video game is, or what it means to be a video game. Because like now, if you do a weird video game, you actually have a hard time marketing that, right? Because people have some very clear ideas about sort of what things are, and you can innovate, you can do new things. So remember, you know, I actually think there's still people who think this, that like basically feel that mobile gaming is like a lesser form of gaming, when of course it is in fact one of the largest drivers of revenue in the gaming industry. But and I mean, like, Firaxis's XCOM was a mobile game, alongside a desktop game, obviously, or PC game, but and you know, Divinity Original Sin 2 you can play on an iPad now. So yeah, from its original release, the Firaxis XCOM was something that you could play on an iPhone and an iPad. XCOM 2, they made that a PC-only title, and then later released it for consoles. But I do not believe they did. I don't believe they did a mobile version of that, but they did do a mobile version of Civilization 6, and it's obviously not the same as if you're putting like the full rendering on, on the PC version, but it's pretty darn good. But the one that really astonished me was Divinity Original Sin 2, because it's important to remember, like, Larian have developed their own in-house engine for that. I believe they've been using some variant of it since Dragon Commander, and possibly earlier, but I'm pretty sure Dragon Commander was like the first kind of iteration of the thing that they used to do Divinity Original Sin. So like, if you're doing something in Unity, not to suggest that like porting stuff in Unity is easy, right? You know, Cultist Simulator got Playdigious to do the mobile port, even though I do know that Alexis had actually played around with an experimental Android version back in the beta. So, you know, but like clearly for commercial engines, I believe both Unreal and Unity have the capability of kind of porting to to various platforms relatively easily, and then it's just a question in terms of what you what you enable and disable in order to sort of target certain hardware. But presumably like if you're rolling your own, you have to do all of that work. And like in terms of Apple, that was a collaboration with Larian, so that thing's using the Metal API. Like it's a pretty strong port as far as I know. Baldur's Gate 3 I also know is on Mac, but I don't know if it's going to be on tablet or not. Like, these are two things, which is number one, to just recognize that, first of all, tablets are a lot stronger than I think people realize. But number two, like the conception of what a mobile game is and what that's contributing to gaming is very different from what I think a lot of people might have in mind. I've personally never had a problem with it because, like, I enjoyed a game called 10 Million. I think it was one of Capybara's first games, Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery. What are some of the other mobile games I really liked? I played Plague Inc. I think I originally played on phone, because I'm pretty sure Plague Inc. was originally a phone game, and then they did a PC adaptation. But yeah, I mean, there's a ton of really interesting stuff. Actually, there's a kind of a sad story for Plague Inc., where there was a game called Pandemic 2, and that was done by a Vancouver dev. And like, it was a Flash game, and I think Plague Inc. does say that like they had played it and liked it, and as far as they were concerned, like, Plague Inc. was sort of their like, they kind of, as far as they were concerned, they were like doing their own thing, and they'd sort of made their peace with the fact that there was another Plague game out on the market. But apparently the guy who did Pandemic did not feel the same way, that he had released his mobile game Pandemic like 2.5, which I actually paid for, and Plague Inc., became very popular, and Pandemic did not. I've played Pandemic 2. I don't know about Pandemic, and like, this isn't the board game, because the board game is something different. Yeah, but at least as far as I can tell. But like Pandemic the Flash game, or Pandemic 2 the Flash game. I don't think I ever played the original Pandemic, if there was an original Pandemic. But Pandemic 2 the Flash game had this rather notorious sensitivity for Madagascar, which only ever had like one way in. And it was like the slightest hint, like somebody could like sneeze in South America, and they're like, shut it all down, like, and you could never wipe out humanity, usually because of Madagascar. But in any case, the sad part about the story is, again, I'm always happy to see local names. I love it if they're Canadian, but I particularly love it if it's like Vancouver, because like that's where I was. I guess now it's like Ottawa, but there's just something about the fact that like it's someone in the same city as you, and it's like, oh wow, that's so interesting. And the shame about it is that apparently at the start, like, they were kind of going out of their way to say that Plague Inc. was a ripoff, and like they seemed to like go out of their way to reach out to press and talk about like how Plague Inc. was a ripoff. And like, it's just one of these things, right? Like, you see some, and like I absolutely get it, right? You see people who are doing something similar to you, or maybe you feel that they took your idea, or maybe it's something you just don't like, right? And you see them meeting with success, and you kind of want people to know, but like, it's one of these ones where you never want your success to kind of, for me at least, like, you never want to see your success come from the destruction of someone else. It's better if your own thing is elevated. But it really does feel like they kind of went to something of a dark place for a bit. Because I mean, again, like, if you're going out of your way to like message game reviewers saying is like, well, why don't you cover my Pandemic game? Because like they just ripped mine off. Like, that's probably not so good. Number two, like, the market's also spoken. Because the thing about like Plague Inc. was it kept getting updates. Now, again, they could afford to keep doing updates because they met with a lot of success. Pandemic 2.5, like, I remember just sort of, I don't think it ever was updated after that initial. But I did notice that they put out these advertisements for a game called Scapefall on like the SkyTrain, which is like a monorail in Vancouver. And I was like, oh, hey, this is the Pandemic guy. That's really interesting. And like I thought it was really weird too that there was basically kind of like billboard, like physical advertising for a mobile game. And I kept looking for it. And like apparently this thing was like not released until years after that advertising. And again, I don't know if the guy's making games anymore, but like it's a shame, right? Because like I remember they're making this Flash game that I thought was really interesting. And it's a shame, of course, that the person who made the successful Flash game probably didn't necessarily successfully monetize it. That they had their Pandemic game, but they were sort of eclipsed by a more polished mobile game with sort of a similar subject, but maybe taken in a different and arguably more interesting, I won't even say argument, just a more interesting direction. And I have to assume that some of that contributed to sort of the late delivery on the follow-up game, and just kind of, again, like reaching out to journalists. Like the thing is, it's really hard to root for the guy who's like obviously holding a grudge and like bugging people online about it. And I can only hope that I don't have to experience something like that, because I'm sure I would react the exact same way. But I should note, by the way, I've never played the Pandemic board game, but I'm told it's actually really difficult. Anyways, somehow this was connected to the idea of Starflight. And the thing that's interesting about Starflight is that they really wanted this idea of kind of creating this large, kind of like living universe. But they're doing it at a time when, like, you have to play games on discs, like floppy disks. Oh, you're talking about like the Pandemic like legacy game, where it's like you buy the box once and that's it? Because I think there was an earlier version of Pandemic which was intended to be, or maybe I'm mixing them up, because I thought the legacy ones were like single use, and then the preceding ones were like a more traditional board game that you could play over and over again. I could be totally wrong on it. But Starflight, so again, this is like a really, like I think early 80s game. Believe it or not, Ed Marion, I have a single use. It's technically a card game, but Netrunner Terminal Directive is a single use game. Like it has stickers that like you peel off to reveal information, which I think is I actually have not played it specifically for that reason. But yeah, there are definitely single-use board games. There's also solitary board games. They're great for me because I consider board games and role-playing games discrimination against the lonely. Legacy is single-use. What I'm talking about is the Pandemic game rules. You can only go through the deck once per game. No reshuffling. Run out of cards, you lose, and that makes it extreme. Oh, interesting. You never played your Star Trek The Next Generation VHS game because you were saving it? What in the world is a VHS game? Well, like, okay, I know what a VHS is, obviously, but like, it's a game with a video. Oh, so there's like a cinematic component that you have to like not get spoiled for, I'm guessing. Okay, that's interesting. I guess you could do something like, it'd actually be easier to do something like that now, because you just have like an embedded system with a, like a cheap LCD screen on it, and like you could push the button and that way you wouldn't need to, like, did they tell you have to like fast forward to a certain minute for an event? Like, is it like choose your own adventure, or was it always just there was a sequence of events that would happen no matter what, and you had to respond? Okay, so there's multiple VHS games. Okay, this is fascinating. I have a feeling that if I can stay conscious after writing, I'm probably going to wind up checking out Board Game Geek for an extended period of time now. I swear I'm going to finish describing what Starflight is. So the thing that's unique about Starflight is that in order to create this large... So again, like, it's something that needs to be on a single... Like, on a single disk. So, and on a low-powered machine. And the game had... So they were procedurally generated worlds, and so far as I can tell, they were like procedurally generated but fixed. So like the machine generated them, and then it was just it was always the same seed when you would play. But again, what it succeeded in doing is creating this impression of a much larger universe that you could sort of explore. I think Orson Scott Card kind of called it the sort of the Star Wars for video games. And there were, you know, different alien species that you would work with. There's a really interesting story to it. But like one really big component of it is you would find worlds and you would mine resources on it, a little bit sort of like what you do here. And there's a big narrative component to it as well. But the other thing I find really interesting about it is that, again, for a game that's quite low powered, the procedural generation allowed them to make this like landing animation. So when you're landing on the planet, you are actually seeing a projection of the world on a globe come up to the ship, which is a really interesting touch. And again, like, this is clearly a far more beautiful and interesting game, but it also takes up a few gigabytes. When you take a look at something like Starflight, you see this massive universe that's been created. And you realize that it's on something that, like, I don't think you could find a computer that is that low powered. Okay, so now everybody in chat is checking out board game VHSs brought onto YouTube. Anyway, sorry. Let's get back to out there. I'm sorry I'm not making so much progress through the game, but I think we've established the correlation between tiredness and me just going off on huge tangents. I was debating on doing like just a full just chatting stream tonight, but I don't know if I can sustain 3 hours of just chatting. All right, already on it, Captain. Archives listed as a rocky planet with no particular characteristics. Plenty of those in the universe. So what makes this one so special? Nothing. It seems completely dead. Just a giant rock floating through space. I knew it was too good to be true. Nothing has been here for a long time. We're right back to square one. Captain, this judge architect thing is probably just a myth, or long dead. Captain, I found... We came all this way for nothing. Nix! Thermographic analysis is showing abnormal activity beneath the planet's surface. Something is alive down there. That's Captain Nix, please. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Plot a course for the planet immediate. This game has some really weird shifts in tone. Like, we've had a moment with Captain Nix and it's like, I carry this crucifix on me as a reminder of humanity's dead gods. I am religious. No, you know, atheism is the way forward. Humanity must get out of its cradle of superstition, and like, you know, philosophical conversations, to, oh God, you know, our people have died and I blame you, Sergei. You failed the mission and we're the reason why my loved ones are dead, to, bah, this rock, we're never gonna win. Captain, oh, this rock is never, like, it's kind of gone from like philosophy, tragedy, and now we've got like the comedy bit. And again, this might just be my tiredness speaking, but this one feels like a very big shift in tone to some of the other things. And I don't actually mind comedy and things. This one just feels a little out of place. Tragedy plus time equals comedy. Ooh, that's Well, 91's shorter than... All right. Oh, you know what? I think I know. I think this is just an indicator of a save. I was kind of hoping for the black hole. Well, there's one there. Okay, let's lock in the save for a start. Okay, I think I'm gonna do my usual thing, so let's go. We'll start with the rocky planet for minerals and repair. Then I'm gonna go to the gas giant for fuel, and we'll finish with the garden planet. Okay, we've already got all the silicon. Yeah, so it would have been nice if we had a little bit more for the hull, but I can live with what we've got. Actually, you know what? I don't... Well, nah, we'll still probably... We'll still probably go to the gas giant. Oh, darn it. It was the pink surface that bamboozled me. Oof, we lost some hull off of that too. Let's try one more.
Equipment damaged.
And then I don't need to drill on the garden world. Definitely looks very pretty though. Okay, so yeah, I mean, if I thought it would help, I'd drill, but usually we just wind up getting sort of oxygen, and I don't want to give up iron for it. I don't necessarily want to give up the hydrogen either. So we will... Although, I mean, there's a slightly better argument because I'm sitting on 15 helium, and helium's worth 10 energy. The more I think about it, the more I should probably just have an oxygen storage. We'll exhaust this. We'll exhaust this fuel, and we'll see. I'm not super comfortable completely abandoning it, but I seem to remember this has a bunch of garden worlds, but I don't necessarily have to. I don't necessarily have to visit them. And actually, it occurred to me I probably made the wrong call visiting here because I could have gone through the black hole. All right, we're approaching a star market. Our ship isn't allowed to pass through the area while the market is active, so we can either wait it out or go around. Let's avoid the market. We avoid the market and come across a box of abandoned goods, which Sergei convinces us to take back to the market. This costs time and fuel, but the merchants are delighted and offer us a reward for the return of their property. Okay, I'll definitely take the Omega. And you know what? This has actually turned out pretty well. So here's what we're going to do. First of all, I'm going to refuel. And we're going to start by visiting the civilized planet. Hello, Takri. How you doing? Okay, let's explore the city. The city we find ourselves in... 404 error. The city we find ourselves in is very driven by new technology. Almost everything we encounter is controlled by some kind of electronic chip. The problem is that we're not authorized to access the city center. We try to hack the gate, but are discovered almost immediately. The city goes into antivirus mode, and the memory banks of every electronic device is erased, including our own. Turn our devices back on. Recruit dormitory module blueprint has been deleted from the database. Man, this game really loves kicking you in the shins. It is really tempting to dismiss Calais in order to bring in the other linguist. Okay, I hate that I'm doing this, but we will dismiss them and recruit the better one. I could, in theory, do this with Pakistan and, well, I guess just Pakistan. Because on Balau, other than the fact that their health is quite a bit lower. Yeah, I think I can live with this. Okay, let's see if there's... They'll sell us the recruit dormitory back. Well... Blow this popsicle stand. Dismissed your fishbowl and hired a mountain. That's one way of looking at it. Didn't exactly need carbon. Oof. Yeah, no. I don't think we need the hafnium either, but I'll store it. If you check the VOD, Takri, you'll realize that we've had about 15 minutes of out there gameplay. I'm gonna blame Algrins for putting me in crippling debt within the next 3 or 4 months, I think. Actually, okay, here's the really shameful thing about this, because I've definitely paid up on, I've definitely paid up for reference works before if I feel like they're ones that I'm going to use somewhat regularly. I don't know, I'll do like a GoFundMe or something to get myself. The thing that is so annoying though is that I've been looking. So I don't have bookshelves in my apartment. I had them in Vancouver, but I was really struggling to get my stuff like packed and ready to go, and I had to leave a bunch of stuff. Like I used to have a really large movie collection, and pretty much all of that was left in a box in Vancouver. And I mean, I've been here a few years now, and I've been meaning to get bookshelves, but then I like look at the cost of books, because like the thing is, I have enough books that like it's definitely got to be more than one bookshelf. Um, and I definitely had a couple times where I like bought some furniture from IKEA, and then like I took it on the bus and like I carried it, and I realized just how incredibly miserable it is to do that. And I am definitely not doing that for bookshelves. Um, so it's like, okay, well, you know, if I buy them all in one go, I can probably like save on the shipping costs and all of that. But even for like an IKEA Billy bookshelf, I'm sort of like looking at, do I want to know the backstory behind that comment? Because I have a feeling that is something of a loaded statement. um, but yeah, like I kid you not, like I was pricing it out, and I mean like the Billy bookshelf is like pretty much an institution at IKEA, right? I've looked at that and I've said, I'm not paying all that. And yet I am considering a book which probably I could get 2 bookshelves for the then again, I'd probably need 2 bookshelves to handle the heft of there was a G word I was going to use, but I'm not that kind of streamer of this tome. But yeah, so those are my absolutely bizarre priorities that I will not think twice. If it's a book that's like something I will get a lot out of, or it's hard to get my hands on, I will definitely consider paying up for it. But storage for the like storage for that, I'm like, nah, I'm not paying all that. I think one of the things though is that the IKEA website says that there's no like delivery right now, so maybe that's it. I don't know, what can I say? I was trying to think of a way that I could do like audiobooks or something like that to, you know, fundraise some bookshelves finally, but given the fact that I'm still debating I thought I was done getting the handbooks, that I found this one yesterday, apparently I'm not. But these are my weird priorities. I don't know though. I feel like saving up a couple months and, you know, dividing that cost over a couple of months is justifiable. System Shock podcast. I've wanted to do a podcast. I've actually taken a couple of steps to do something like that. I've got a really good name for it, but it actually takes a lot of effort to do that kind of thing. I will let you know if/when it happens. I don't have a mobile device I've got my watch on, but my phone is charging, so thank you for the message. I acknowledge the message. Person who messaged me, but I mean I could say it, but regrettably I cannot act on it until I'm by my phone. I can run and grab it, but okay. So the reason we're going to this garden planet is just to get the oxygen, and I might try and drill up oxygen as well, because it's sort of the third item that I can store as a resource. Okay, so I think I am gonna ditch the hafnium. It's a shame, right? Because it is rare. But it's just one. We'll drill one more time. So we're a little bit behind in terms of fuel, but we also have, like if we get in trouble, we've got the helium as a follow-up. Okay, so I do have a little bit of a choice ahead of me. I can try the black hole, or I can try. Oh, actually, if you look, there's a bit of a gap. I think we do need to try the black hole. Okay, cool. So the helium we use in storage. I'll hit it with the 4 again. I think it's worth it to try the second. The one thing I'm a little worried about is my hull, because I'm pretty sure the black hole is a pretty bumpy ride. Yeah, so we'll go to the white dwarf. So this is going to lock in a couple of decisions that I've made, but I think saving is not necessarily a bad idea here. I can, of course, blow up one of the stars as well, but... Alright, so we'll think a little bit about the approach. In this case, I think the rocky planet... Yeah, rocky planet... I'm trying to decide if it's rocky planet garden gas or rocky gas garden. Let's start with the rocky. Maybe I'll change my mind depending on what happens on one of the others. And we have anomalies. Okay, so mineral area is not very exciting as far as XP is concerned. Seam of resources, this sounds good for all sorts of reasons. And we need to worry about asphyxia and fever, but we can... I think we have trinkets to mitigate it for both of those. Okay. Let's start with the expedition. I'm debating as to whether or not I want to bring the sacred ointments for this run. Doesn't really feel like we need it.
Yeah.
Sergey, I'm pretty much always going to bring a lock-picking kit if I can.
Uh-huh.
So we definitely want the Xenolinguist. Of course, we've now got 2. So I think in this case it probably makes more sense to bring the lowered level people. And then I guess the question here is, do I want another survivor, or do I want... well, I guess if we bring Aleb, it's a chance to help improve their health. Of course, they may die, but... Sorry, I'm fidgeting with my device. I think I accidentally marked it as a work day, so it went to sleep on me. Okay, so preferably we do not damage ourselves on the first move. So we'll do our usual thing. We'll explore first. If we can avoid taking damage, so much the better. But we'll still achieve the objective. Okay, so we know we have to take damage. Oh, this is interesting. So there's radiopsychosis, which is not our objective, but it does take xenolinguistics. So we're going to double back. It looks like it's the same hazard no matter where we go. But I am going to take a minute here just to explore the rest of the area, and we'll see. The very least we can do is move close to the hazard, and that way we'll get an idea of what's on the other side. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, I feel slightly better crossing at this point because it looks like we may have a way, depending on what the darkened area looks like, we may have a way up here. Unlikely, but possible. And I'm going to guess we can access whatever was down here. So out of what I can see, this potentially gives me the most options, but there's no guarantees, obviously. Cool. We avoided damage, which is nice. Okay, yeah, so this did give us the same access. Looks like there's a chance of getting fever. Spelunking. I'm tempted to... I'd feel a little bit better if I knew where the objective was, because given the fact that Mine Heist is going to take up 3 xenolinguistics, I may want to be kind of choosy about what events I go after. Okay, well, there's the Mine Heist. Okay, our expedition arrives in a large open-air mine. The minerals here are abundant and the veins glisten under the starry sky, a veritable treasure trove. However, there are miner drones here. It would seem a nameless interstellar corporation is farming the area's resources, and yet we haven't come across a civilization. Is the corporation plundering the planet? Have these robots been working here long? Can we take our share without provoking them? So I'm going to try... I think we tried hijacking the last time. Let's try figuring out who's running the operation. Our xenolinguist follows a near imperceptible trail back to a command center. Oh no, we did this. There, lying prone on a couch, we find the remains of a long-dead alien. Its logbook tells the story of an ambitious entrepreneur who hoped to make a fortune here, but whose homeworld was swept away by cataclysm. Without supplies from their native planet, they died of hunger, leaving the mine operating for centuries. We reprogrammed the drones to mine for us. What's more, we find a supply of Omega in the command center. It must have been used to power the machinery. Okay, so nice that we got the objective, but clearly there's more things that we can do on this planet. So the good news, though, is it's all, all bonuses from this point on. And for those of you who are new to Out There, not Among Us, that's a decidedly different game. But the this is the advantage of sort of exploring around. Now, again, the game, as updates are released for the game, they're probably going to change this dynamic. But if you take your time, if you sort of stop and smell the roses, you can avoid taking damage, or potentially taking damage from certain events by walking around them. Usually the planets that are listed as harder planets will force you to cross some kind of a hazard to get to the objective. But that seems to be the determining factor, at least. But for the most part, one or two hazards isn't going to be too damaging as far as your health is concerned. So for instance here, this is a 15% chance as opposed to the 25 from asphyxiation. Yeah, so our trinket got us through. Although that thing's got to be expiring soon. Yeah, there we go. So, so that's 4 turns. We may have to heal them. Okay. Yikes. Alright, we reach the expedition destination and find a large empty plane. Inexplicably, we find ourselves growing nervous. Communication quickly deteriorates into open hostility. Before long, the entire team begins complaining of terrible migraines. Heart rates run abnormally high. Our expedition suits feel unbearable against our skins. Without quite understanding why, we find ourselves raising our tools as weapons. Remain calm. Using controlled breathing and meditation techniques, we collectively try to lower the psychological pressure. However, it returns tenfold, crushing us like a tidal wave. It is a powerful mental distress, the kind that leads to madness and self-harm. Succumbing to panic, we scatter and instinctively leave the empty plane, only to find our sense of calm restored. We will need time to recover from this. There is a great danger here from an unknown source. Okay. Kind of glad that that wasn't more than 1 health, so we'll use the last spot. I kind of thought we would have at least one more option, but we discover a narrow cave leading below the mineral-rich surface. We decide to use this to get deeper before setting up our drilling equipment. To our delight, we find a cavern filled with many precious ore veins. Quickly, we set up operations. All appears to be going well, but then the roof and walls of the cave begin trembling. Before we can move, the ceiling collapses, blocking the way that we entered. It might be possible to clear the passage and get out, but it would mean abandoning the rich mineral veins. So we could leave the ore veins, explore deeper into the cave network, or repurpose a drill. Let's explore deeper. Our survivalist explains that they have a great deal of caving experience from underground worlds and labyrinthine planets. We have little choice. With fear in our hearts, we follow them through the long subterranean distances, continuing in complete darkness after the last of our torches fizzle out. At last, our eyes detect a glimmer of light. The surface. Though not much, we managed to carry some of the ore with us. Okay, so that's probably not as good as if we'd given up the engineering, unfortunately. But I think in future, I'm probably just going to go for the most expensive options. And unfortunately, we have to go for the asphyxiation on either path, so let's grit our teeth. Okay, it's a little bit of a worry. This is just so I can use up the points on Nyx. There we go. Do you want to board the ship and end the expedition? Oui. Okay, so these are going straight into the processor. Omega's nice. Don't know much about these others. And then we'll still do the drilling, but let's see what we get from... Yeah. Go to the bathroom before we start traveling. There's no rest stops until after the black hole. It's actually a pretty decent haul. We're gonna have to leave most of it behind, but... So the one that we don't have is hafnium, but I think I've changed my mind in terms of keeping the oxygen. So we've got one of each of the resources plus the omega to kind of keep the trouble at bay. And then plant time. So, technically I'm giving up a morale boost by dropping this, but I think I am going to recycle... I think I'm going to recycle this one because it's gone in 2 turns anyway. And then +5 morale each time technology is constructed. That sounds nice, but honestly, like, we're not going to be constructing technology on this ship for a while, so. And the real reason we're here, the ability to repair our ship. I'm actually going to try one more. You know what? I think I'm going to keep drilling until... Okay, that wasn't a good idea. I guess it's a start, though. I didn't really come up with an answer as to whether or not I wanted to go to the garden planet or not. I'm going to go to the gas giant, and I am going to try drilling on the garden world. I'm only going to drill once. So no point in going any further. We've got the helium. We don't have any space for hydrogen. That's exactly what we needed. So again, we land to improve our oxygen. We'll drill once. We'll probably wind up with oxygen, but there may be something else that we can get. Yeah. So I was kind of hoping our hull would be better than it is. But let's go through the black hole, see what happens. And like I said, we did have the option of creating a black hole, but we'll use the one that's in the area. Whee! That's still pretty far away. It does look like there's a pocket of stars that we can use. Like it's a bit of a reach. Actually, come to think of it. So I think this one might actually be the more direct path. Oh, that looks cool. Oh, Jesus. I thought that was out of range. So I was going to be really mad. Okay. So yes, we do have the white dwarf. Oh, but it looks like we don't have... I don't think we're going to be able to reach that. Monster under the bed. A member of the crew complains about the bedding in the dormitories. They insist the beds are haunted, which is preventing some of the crew from sleeping. Our captain doesn't believe in ghosts and dismisses the complaint, but our companion insists. What should we do? Sleep with the team or cleanse the dormitory? Sleep with the team. Captain Nix and Science Officer Sergei set an example by sleeping in the dormitories. In the middle of the night, they are woken by an intense inching sensation. It's not a ghost after all, but a sort of bedbug. You're... Jesus. Now... Okay, we can jump ahead. I was gonna say I wasn't gonna save if there was a chance that we were marooned. So, sort of the same game plan as before. We are going to go to the rocky planet first, because I'd like to try and get that hull as fully repaired as I can. The helium is not as critical, or the fuel is not as critical because we just can't store most of it. But if we mine heavily, that'll change pretty quickly. So I'm going to just slam the drill. We'll need to repair it, but this is the world where we get iron, so... Whatever the quest tells you... Whenever the quest tells you to go right, you go left, because that's where the bonus loot is. Wrong way first. We'll go 4 here. Okay, so that's a net loss. We'll keep what we got. So I will go to the gas giant. So for this one, it'll be kind of similar, but this will be the 8 and 4 combo that I do. I'll probably have to give up some iron for repairs.
Equipment damaged.
Okay, so that could be worse. That was a really good haul for us. So the good news is that we don't need to hit the probe again. And then the garden planet, in an ideal world, we get to explore again. And failing that, we just get some extra oxygen. Okay, so there's a couple of anomalies. Okay, so the alpha anomaly, it's a temple, which would mean we need a xenolinguist, asphyxia and fever. Alternatively, we can check out the village. Now, if memory serves, the item that gives us experience bonuses for the village, if it's the objective, I don't believe it gives you the points. Both rewards are the same, both difficulties are the same, so in this case we're going to go to the alpha anomaly just because it takes up fewer skill points. So we're probably going to have to heal our people.
Oh.
Yeah, 5, 7. Now, if I want, I can go heavy on the xenolinguists, but we've got a level 3 character here. Okay, so Aleb, I pretty much have to heal. Well, you know what? We can still heal them, though. So before, basically, I'm not going to heal until we've properly explored, because again, we may have a chance to spend skill points, and that may change my idea about what I want to try and get away with. It's like this was an avoidable problem, but it does look like... Okay, well, there's the objective. That's good. We're probably not going to be able to find a way around, but we can at least... Well, there's one village. Of course, we didn't equip the village. Actually, there's more than one. It's quite a bit for us to do here. So again, this is a bit of a tricky one, simply because we've got two villages, which may involve some skill checks. And we don't have a direct path to the objective yet. I think I want to do the objective first, because there may, like, so when we do events, there's the possibility that my people are going to be wounded, so I'm pretty much going to have to heal them no matter what. But it would be nice if we have an indication in terms of what the demands on our skills are going to be, so that I don't have to give up I don't have to give up skill points that I otherwise need. So for instance, if I can give up survival points, that's preferable, because I've brought, what is it? I guess it's 5 for Nyx and then 4 for, is it Elab? I can never remember the name of this one. But we've got 9 survival points, as opposed to the xenolinguistics, where, if it's more than 4, like on the previous world, we're in trouble. Fortunately, though, it looks like this one we're not being forced to cross dangerous ground. Although it looks like we may be forced to do the event. Yeah. So there's 2 ways in here. We have to cross the asphyxiation. I think... Alright, the moment our expedition group enters the huge temple dominating this region, the many gathered worshippers lie down on the ground and scream. All the evidence implies that they have mistaken us for the gods they've long awaited. They watch us in silence, and we exchange nervous glances with one another. Should we play God? Analyze their culture. Our xenolinguist deduces the situation at work here. It seems previous interstellar travelers like us once posed as gods and to brashly exploit these naive people. They explain what occurred and encourage the worshippers to develop their own beliefs, perhaps based on truth and liberty. A small civilization appears quite taken aback by this information. No doubt it will take them a long time to digest what they've heard. Still, they offer us a few gifts in exchange for the truths we told today. So 2 action points gone, 1 Omega, 1 tourist guide of the galaxy. And now we're going to do some cleanup work. Again, we're not out of the woods as far as damage is concerned, but I'm not worried about Nyx being damaged. We'll heal people up at the end, but what we're going to do now is visit the villages, and as long as... so if somebody were to be at, say, 3 health, I would probably spend some skill points to heal them. But if it's anything lower than that... Hey, Tiberiosity, how you doing? I'm sorry, by the way, this has been true for a while now. I'm not sure what's happened with Streamlabs, but it looks like the raids, the follows, a lot of this stuff isn't triggering regularly. So, yeah, I don't have a good explanation, but needless to say, I'm. So, first of all, I do notice that there's actually a tendency for people. So, I was kind of under the impression that the follower count was shrinking over time. And it actually turns out that quite a few of you do follow. And I know a number of you are following off of YouTube, which I really appreciate, especially if you're following off of these, where like there's very little gameplay. But it actually turns out that there's a number of people who follow during the cast, and for whatever reason, I'm not getting the notifications. So I do apologize for that. There is a nice thing that Twitch does where it will inform you if somebody's new to the chat. And so that gives me a chance to sort of say hello and thank you for following. But I also know a lot of you like to watch quietly, so I do apologize if you followed and that hasn't been acknowledged, because I do actually like doing that. That is one of the cases where, you know, I'll break the flow for an audience thing, even if somebody's lurking. But I haven't been able to do that lately for, again, either something's changed in the back end or I've done something wrong. I do have the browser up on OBS, so I know how OBS works. But one thing I feel particularly conscious about is somebody like Tiberiosity, although not exclusively. Lurkers unite in the shadows. I know you sort of count as a lurker to create, but I feel like we make up for it by just chatting through other means. So, for instance, you're wonderful with leaving comments on the YouTube videos, and I'm delighted every time I see them. So, thank you for that. In any case, all of that is to say, I don't want, like, so the nice thing is that it mentions that Tiberiosity's hosting. I've never been too crazy about Twitch informing like the number of people who are raiding, because I've definitely been in a couple of channels where, you know, like somebody says, yeah, and 3 people, and like it's obvious that they don't care that it's like 3 people. Or, you know, like you come hosting and you see inside of the chat that somebody just hosted with like 80 people, and you're like, oh man, like, now I don't feel good. So it'd be nice if they could, because like when I'm streaming, I don't see the concurrent views. So it would be nice if Twitch would give you the option on that as well. Because obviously it's the fact that Tiberiosity hosted me when they had any number of other options. Which is a very long way of saying thank you. I hope you're doing well. I'm going to guess XCOM Terror Below is a reference to the game that we're playing. It is in fact out there, Oceans of Time, and the ocean is not actually this particular planet, although it definitely looks very sea-oriented. But I think I do have XCOM Terror from the Deep. I just haven't played it. But what were you up to, and how are you doing tonight? You talk sometimes, but you're also playing something too, so I get sidetracked. Do you mind if I ask what you're playing, Decree? You don't have to tell. But... Now, actually, Tiberiosity, I can't recall if you've seen me play this or not, because I think this is pretty interesting. You might have been around when I was playing Starflight, but there's actually some similarities which I quite like. Roar God, Roar Rilsa Abum Gronasari? Us God. The alien spins around before observing us insistently. The silence becomes embarrassing. Okay, is there anything I want to trade for? I could try and go for the platinum. So the little markers here indicate that these are things that the merchant wants. So if I have some junk, like, so for instance, I'm not really going to use this headlamp, so we could trade that away. And I could, well, 1 platinum. I don't think that quite works for me. The god is displeased by this offer. You've been on Last Call BBS lately. Built all the models. I've got 2 models down. Working your way through dungeons and diagrams now. Stuck on the experts Kabifunda though. Oh, that's the... Hang on, I think I actually have the achievement for that. Ha ha ha. Ladies, you are witnessing a power player, winner of 10 games of Sawayama Solitaire, a skillful stacker, someone who has won a game of Kabufuda Solitaire on expert difficulty, and a fantastic finder who found the hidden credit sequence. It is probably going to take me a while to get Treasure Seeker, Brilliant Builder. Oh god, I'm never going to get Brilliant Builder. We'll see whether or not I can make progress in Hack Match. I really like the Forbidden Path. You're doing all right. Played Mech Warrior. Starting to GM a new campaign tomorrow. Making some mats. So when you say you played Mech Warrior, like, are you? You're not talking about tabletop Mech Warrior today, are you? Actually, I guess tabletop's called A Time of Crisis now. Mech Warrior 5. Go. Well, how do you? What do you think of that? Out of curiosity. Okay, Engar is tempting, especially because Alib is so fragile. Hey, Rouge Light Girl. So yeah, I am delighted by this, and I don't even know if Olaf is around to say thank you, but I always really appreciate this about him, because not just, he actually hasn't done this just for me, but he's done this for some streams that I'm quite fond of. But Olaf has really kindly gifted some subs to people in this channel, and I'm really happy that people have been able to make use of the emotes and things like that. So wonderful to see you, Rouge Light Girl. Thank you for hitting that sub button. It's funny, of course, because I was apologizing to Tiberiosity for the alerts not working, so apparently the money-based ones are still fine. If anybody wants to donate $100 to make sure that that's working, feel free. It'll go towards buying a third of the textbooks. Thank you for coming back, and thank you, Olaf, for subsidizing our entertainment. Elgrint, I do adore MechWarrior 5. All the DLC together is good. It's limited in those features, though. I like, I haven't played Kestrel Lancers yet, but so the thing is, I am also trying to remember if I've played any other first-person mech games in the BattleTech series, because I think I've played MechWarrior 2 at some point. It wasn't like wireframe, but I seem to remember it was one with like really primitive graphics. I don't even know if there is a MechWarrior 3. I was watching Outworld play MechWarrior 4, which was quite fun. Yeah, so I think actually MechWarrior 5... Again, I'm going to assume that I played MechWarrior. At the very least, I've seen MechWarrior 2. But, yeah, I quite like MechWarrior 5. I actually specifically remember when I first got my Atlas and I went on, like, a difficult mission, and, like, I came off the dropship, and it started with this artillery barrage, like, coming down on me. And, like, the rest of it was just this white-knuckled, like, you know, oh god, am I going to lose my awesome mech on the first mission I sent it out? And, I had the time of my life playing that. The funny thing is that even for the Harebrained Schemes one, I've never actually felt too bad about the mech customization, because I'm actually not that good at it. Although there is something kind of fun about being able to get, like, rare items and switch them out. But I don't know, like, I like it. I'm trying to think of a MechWarrior game where you have been able to switch out things like engines and such. But it's, it scratches the itch for me. And I completely forgot about the multiplayer. That's another big thing. So that strikes me as a game that would be very fun to co-op with like a full lance of people. And yeah, I mean, I didn't want to put it in those terms, Rouge Light Girl, but as you were saying, like, I do remember there was some financial pressure that we had been discussing before, and it's actually one of the reasons why I really appreciate Olaf gifting subs the way that he does, because I know there have been a few people, and again, I'm not going to say the names because that feels kind of, you can see how that might rub people the wrong way, understandably. But, I do know there's been some people who otherwise would want to sub to the channel. And, like, my feeling is like, I think unless you're basically in a state... Like, so if you've got a Prime, you got a Prime and you're probably already paying for something else. But, like, my whole view is, like, unless you're the sort of person who, like, you're walking by a coffee shop and you don't really need to think about whether or not you just go in and get one, right? You've got sort of enough that you don't really kind of like weigh the odds on stuff like that. It's obviously not my place to tell you how to spend your money, but I would probably feel better if you were not subscribing to the channel, because it strikes me that, you work or you do what you can for your money, and, probably more of that should be spent on you. And, because, like, obviously I have sort of, assuming I count as a white-collar worker at this point, again, I've complained about work before, but I think I have a certain degree of job security. I'm more or less, I've got a couple of months of it, but I'll sort of have paid off the last of my debts. So I much prefer having that degree of comfort, let's say, to when I was working, 2 or 3 jobs, minimum wage, and really hoping that I would make groceries and rent and sort of have some positive value at the end of the month, as opposed to, like, have to bridge it with a credit card or something like that. So I'm not going to pretend that I can sort of know what other people's situations are, but it's one of these things where I'm a little bit happier now that there are channel points that people are able to participate with the emotes with. But one of the things I really like about the way that Olaf has done at least some of the, and I don't know if this is intentional or if this just happens to be how it turns out, but through the gifts that Olaf has given, I know there are some people who would want to be subbed to the channel and have been able to be subbed to the channel as a result of that. And that's something I really appreciate from him. And number 2, I just really like the fact that people have been able to get that. Also, I'm just delighted by the number of little sub-stars that I see in chat, because I really do appreciate it. And, whether I get to see the emotes or not, it's not lost on me that it's a purely voluntary act for people. So, thank you. Okay, I've tried to carry you for as long as I can, but there's no way I can justify keeping you in here, so I hope you enjoy your new home. Okay. We come in, we claim to be a god. We get a new recruit. Shy? Our expedition lands on unknown territory. Though the ship's readings indicated the presence of a colony, we can find nothing of the kind. The land is devoid of any structures or beings, not even wild animals. Could they be invisible to the naked eye? Scan for signs of life. Our engineer constructs a scanner to try and locate the inhabitants. The readings indicate that they are still here after all, beneath our feet. Using a clumsy kind of Morse code, we attempt to establish a dialogue by tapping our feet on the ground. Eventually, and with much hesitation, We are invited into an immense but primitive underground metropolis. With great difficulty, we manage to gain the inhabitants' trust. They send us away bearing many gifts. Sergei's lost 3 action points. We get sacred ointments and 1 holographic scanner. No, we're going to continue the expedition because it occurred to me that I'm not going to be able to clear out my actions, but at the very least I don't need to worry about healing up crew members. Okay, that's pretty decent haul for experience too. So, and the good news here is that Ia is really close to getting up to level 3. And actually a really good haul as far as items are concerned too. So I'd say that's a pretty good day's work. Let's see what the minerals get us. Incidentally, if anybody does have any questions about the game, I know I've been... The one type of commentary I don't like doing, and I sometimes fall into the trap of, is sort of describing after the event happens things that are obvious to the audience. So I'm like, I click this button here, and the color changed to pink. It's like, yeah, thanks, we could see that, but like, why did it do that? What does it mean? And sometimes, sometimes I'm more successful than on other times at hitting that balance. So we've got the yellow hammer, plus 5 morale every 6 trips if used on a ship with 5 or more crew members. That's got 8 more turns. I can add another 4, and it's 3 morale per survivalist every 4 interstellar voyages. So essentially, over its lifetime, it's going to add another 9 morale. The yellow hammer, I guess, technically only has 5 left. So in terms of long-term morale, it's actually better to switch out for the... Yeah, we'll do that. It doesn't really matter because, like, I can't recycle this for oxygen. We're already at the limit, but seems like the right call. And I suppose I can try and drill for the oxygen, but that's going to cost fuel, and it's going to damage my drill. And right now, getting more iron would not be a bad idea. So I think I'm just going to take my oxygen and run. Okay. So, like I said, I was a little worried that we may not be able to travel to the Yellow Dwarf, but we can. And one of the reasons we chose this path is it feels like this is a bit of a concern, but I think we should, once we get past sort of this thin area of stars, we should be at a point where we can make it to the rocky planet. See, whenever I see a reference to double rainbows, I think of the Whiplash scene. Although I should be a bit worried about my resources, because it looks like we've got a lot of garden planets where... No way! Ah, damn it! I forgot to assign people. I feel like the big fella should be on the drill. Okay, so that was a costly... So what is this actually about? So the plot We sail past a strange asteroid of sculpted rock. A member of the crew explains that it's a sacred stone revered by the system's residents. It has obviously fallen out of orbit. Should we put it back in place? Let's put it back in orbit. With a bit of time and fuel, we put the object back to its original orbit. Captain Nix is confident the act won't go unnoticed. So fuel has fallen by 10, cruise morale has decreases by 15. And it did occur to me, actually, there's another option for movement. So this is really wasteful. So the plot of this is that we were transferring a prisoner known as the Archon, which is sort of this great evil. It escaped. We were attacked, it escaped, and we wake up far in the future, and this thing has essentially taken over the galaxy. And so our job is to sort of try and set things right. The game does have a mission log, so there's a few different... The main quest is going to the Archon's headquarters, must stop it as quickly as possible, but there have been some side missions that we've been working on. So in this case, return to the origin. We need to investigate a rocky planet, which is actually quite difficult for us to get to. And then eventually we will do Mystery of the Nebula, which we are moving further and further away from. I've never seen Samurai Jack, so I couldn't explain. But it's definitely sort of the explore the galaxy, see strange new worlds, get into adventures. Mass Effect is much more narrative focused, but the Mass Effect was inspired by a game I'm very fond of called Starflight. And so if you're familiar with Starflight, there are a number of elements in this which I think you can sort of see sort of the echoes from, at least. But it's an exploration and very heavy resource management game. It is unfortunately mixed on Steam right now, which I feel a bit bad about, but surely there is a better way. So like we've got the Death Seed. But I guess we need to actually get in the range. Well, let's give it a try. See how much that took out of my hull. That's about the average. So here we will use the Death Seed. Sorry, Garden World. Actually, it's a rocky planet now, so we should be able to repair. Samurai Jack is raised to stop an evil being trained in all sorts of martial arts. As he's about to strike the killing blow with the Blessed Katana, Aku, the evil one, rips open a portal in time and casts him into the future where Aku rules all. Okay, so that is actually very similar to the plot of this game. Now I actually kind of want to check it out just to see if there are other obvious references. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's mixed on Steam, which I feel a little bad about because I actually feel like this game has more to offer than it's getting credit for. But it is what it is. It's I'm enjoying it, and I'm enjoying it for what I consider to be sort of the obvious reasons, like the idea of sort of exploring the galaxy and seeing what's there and just getting into trouble is really appealing. So I'll check it out. Actually, so this is going to sound just so adorably naive, but I finally got around to watching some of the episodes of The Twilight Zone. And my God, that is a well-written show. Like, I realize that I am like the only person in the world who apparently did not take this knowledge for granted. I'd actually argue the first episode didn't really do that much for me. I sort of got what they were trying to do, but like it maybe didn't speak to me that that closely, but I saw the one where the guy makes a deal. Well, it's not even, he kind of makes a deal with death, but like he basically tricks death. And like I kind of saw where the twist was going, but I really loved how they like finish it off, even though you kind of know where it's heading. And yeah, and then like the thing, so I'd kind of imagined that it was like, it's sort of an anthology show, but I'd sort of assumed, like most television shows, that it had like I assumed that there were multiple writers on it, but everything that I've seen so far, it's all Rod Serling. So I almost said Rod Senseless. That's the character in Black Mirror. But the yeah, like just like number one, just the quality of the writing in that show is really impressive. And then there's always just that side of me. Like, it's funny, right? Because like when you think of a talent like that, you know, they've delivered before, so presumably you would imagine, like, it's not like there's not like a finite amount of writing that someone can do, right? If somebody is a good writer, generally they will tend to produce more than one good thing. But I don't know, like just the number of really high quality episodes that have been, you know, one after the other. I'm like, God, how did he pull that off? Did most of the writing? There's some off-writer stuff. Okay, cool. I've definitely not hit the stuff that at least credits other writers. But I mean, that's also true for Black Mirror. I know a lot of the episodes are written by Charlie Brooker, and I noticed Connie Hook is getting. Now, I'll admit, I've not seen Black Mirror since it went to Netflix. I watched the British ones, so that would mean up to White Christmas, the one with Don Draper. God, what's his name? John Hamm. But I mean, I really enjoyed it. I'd like to see more, but I don't have Netflix, so. Yeah, I don't know. Just really, I'm really impressed. Like, obviously, it's not super controversial to say that The Twilight Zone is good, but you know. I actually also saw a video of him with some writing students, which I thought was kind of interesting. And grew up without TV. You know, I've not had an upbringing without television. In fact, I pretty much haven't had an upbringing without computers. I'm pretty sure. I was better at typing in like commands on the computer than I was at spelling for a while. Yeah, well, I mean, in fairness, Algrins, I did say like the first episode really didn't do that much for me, and I don't know if maybe just I don't quite appreciate what it was trying to do, or there might be just a part of it, there may just be a part of that story that I'm not quite registering. But like, I don't know, like as far as the quality material is concerned, like I've really liked how it tells its stories. I generally like how it seems to use its time quite well, and it generally delights. Even for the ones where it sort of feels like you kind of know where the twist is coming, it is still satisfying to see the twist. Out of curiosity, I'm sorry to keep bringing this up. I just noticed the traffic on this one isn't as good. Did anybody read the spoiler article? Does anybody have thoughts on the spoiler article? Because there's a couple things I can say that are sort of related to it, but I don't want to like force it down people's throats if they don't. But yeah, Rouge Light Girl, I was gonna say, like, I actually knew a couple of people who, like, for effectively moral reasons, the parents didn't have a TV in the house, and they just read. And like, I really like reading, obviously, but I'm also at the point now where like I afford a good computer. I can, you know, I also, one of the reasons I can afford that computer is I have a job. But you know, like I have the time and the means to do things that are not reading. And I have actually noticed, like, there's been a couple of really big books that I want to read, like just long ones. And it's actually been a skill that I sort of need to train back to sort of have the patience and the focus to like get the most out of long books. It's not to say that I can't make progress through them, but I think everybody's had this experience where you sort of like you're turning pages and your eyes moving over the words, but you're maybe not like really registering what's being written. It's actually one of the reasons why I get bugged by the type of self-help book, which is like, reading's really important, so here's how you can speed read. And I'm like, well, like, it's not a race, and it's not like a, all things being equal, if I could have the same level of retention and understanding and enjoyment, clearly I'd like to get through more books than less. But like, if it's just checking the list of reading, I'm happy to not optimize my reading. But in case you haven't noticed, I really do not like self-help books that much. But that's a me thing. If they work for you, please don't take that as a shame on you statement or that. But yeah, one thing I have noticed is that the more, and I mean, like, I have my justifications. Like, well, I was working in film, so I needed to watch lots of movies. I'm like, fine, but you could still, like, oddly enough, when I was in film, I also still made enough time to read stuff. And I've actually noticed it's more the time that I'm spending in video games that I've noticed the reading has sometimes been the thing that kind of gets knocked away. And I think the thing that I regret is that there's the price where, like, I don't know, like there's a time I could have sat down and it would have been like any kind of philosophy book. So like Husserl or like Hegel or something like that. Like something really like, my God, why am I reading this thing? And like I sort of have the wherewithal to sort of endure that. And I sort of now, I know if I were to try and do that today, I would sort of need to like steel myself and like probably put the phone away and like really just But yeah, it's, I don't know, like I sometimes wonder what it would have been like to grow up in a household where reading was like the main option. I think I turned out okay in that regard. Like I if nothing else, I'm even more connecting with that love of reading again. But I do sometimes wonder if I've given up a little bit in terms of my engagement with some of the stuff that I read, because of I don't know, the brain garbage. I love games too. Like games are wonderful, but as with most things, it's balance, right? But yeah, you grew up sort of country hick, sort of hippie, no TV, no computers till you were 14, no fast food. Oh man, that actually sounds like a really good life. I need to get better at cooking. Like I'm slowly getting better, but the option of like, low cost but not very good for you food is a hard one to pass up sometimes. Your mother would read us all to every night before bed. We got through most of the Lord of the Rings. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, actually, that's one thing I really like doing. And unfortunately, I don't really have this like anyone to do this with anymore. But one thing I have enjoyed is being able to read to people. Obviously, I've done that on stream a couple of times, but one of the drawbacks is for stream, I need to think about what's in public domain, whereas if you're just doing it in person, like I'm assuming somebody's not going to go tapping on the window. It's like Vanguard Master says, I just got back, so you only caught the last part of that. You wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment. I'm fine with my reading speed as it gives me time to enjoy what I'm reading. Yeah, so it's just like it feels like a few years ago there was this guy like Ty Lopez or whatever his name was, and like he'd be bragging about like his cars and his big house, and it just struck me as like another one of these like, here's how you get rich on the internet, and you start like the way you get rich on an internet, just like to start a blog the way that I did. Ha ha ha, I just sold you on not exactly a pyramid scheme, but the closest approximation we can get to one, you know. Um, and apparently he did like a TEDx talk or something like that, where it's like how I read, you know, some ridiculous number of books a year. It's like 700 books a year or something like that. And like basically the answer was I skim them. And I'm like, great, okay, so go ahead, like skim, you know, a critique of pure reason. Explain the categorical imperative to me and how it relates to, you know, Rawls' theory of justice. You know, which ethical foundation do you consider to be a more, you know, a more relevant standard to the modern, like, you know. By the way, I do actually really like the idea of the categorical imperative. I don't know if you could like sort of like say this is the essence of ethics, but there's something really enjoyable about it, I think, anyway. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry. You're probably not missing that much, but you know, like obviously there is a way of engaging with material that's more than just, you know, quote unquote getting the gist of it. In fairness, though, and I include myself in these kinds of writers, there is also a style of writing where it's really clear the point has been made, and either the author feels the need to pad it in order to justify the book length, or they just don't know when to stop. And this is more my case, right? Which is that there's some stuff I've written which probably could be 800 words if I was better at editing. Which reminds me, actually, there's I got some feedback on something that I've submitted for a draft, and I apparently completely failed to recognize like the central like tone that they were trying to hit. So I think the material in the write-up is good, but I really think I did not deliver on what they were hoping for, so I feel like a jerk, and I'm sure I can deliver it for draft 2, but I really wish I don't know if I just didn't read the commission close enough or what, but I thought I really delivered what I thought they wanted, and it's like really clear that I in terms of like subject matter, it's absolutely on point, and in terms of tone, I could not have gotten it more wrong. So, anyways, that is something I will share, but because it is going to be part of a publication, I should direct you to the publication as opposed to give you an early look. But yeah, sorry, I was talking about these, like, and then I don't know exactly, like, Tim Ferriss seems to be this name that keeps coming up when it comes to a certain type of like self-help. And I found out later after the fact, like, apparently he has actually been involved in a few like successful startups, both as a consultant as well as an investor. Now, you know, in fairness, like sometimes that's just a question of having like money and connections. So, but you know, at the very least, like, you know, there is a bit more substance there than there are for some other ones. But like, it just kind of seems to be this incredibly like optimize your life to some, you know, arbitrary point of significance. And like, it always just sort of feels like there's this gesture towards the importance of reading. So like I subscribe, this makes me sound like it either makes me sound like I'm 60 years old, or it makes me sound like I'm just an irredeemable nerd. But like, I subscribe to Foreign Affairs. Like, I still get the print copy of Foreign Affairs. It's because it was really helpful for my master's thesis. And like, it just seemed like it's a high quality journal, which I feel like I get quite a bit out of it. Incidentally, if you don't want to subscribe to it, I think you can get like I think it's like 2 free articles a quarter or whatever it is if you sign up. I'm not exactly sure what it's like, but they have a couple of good podcasts. I think there's 3 now. So because Foreign Affairs is the Council on Foreign Relations publication. So their I'm trying to remember the order in which this was done. I think their original podcast was The World Next Week. So, Foreign Affairs is 6 issues a year, so obviously The World Next Week is a little bit more up to speed. That one's okay. Like, it's not my favorite out of them anymore, but I think it's a pretty decent. I think it's a pretty decent podcast. That comes out every Thursday. One I've really been liking has been The President's Inbox, and that actually started after the 2016 election. So that was definitely an interesting one because, Council on Foreign Relations, as you might guess, is kind of focused on international relations, and of course, the president that they were covering is maybe one whose idea of diplomacy is perhaps quite different from what one might consider the mainstream. And then they've got a really good new one, which I think even if foreign affairs is not quite your thing, and I mean, who hasn't want to go abroad and meet a lovely... I'm sorry, different foreign affair. But the one... what is it called? Why It Matters with Gabrielle Sierra. That might be... No, that isn't the newest. Actually, there's 4 now. Okay, so World Next Week... President's Inbox, I actually think is quite good. That's one I would say, unless you just genuinely know that you are not at all interested in current affairs, that's one that's worth a listen. Why It Matters with Gabrielle Sierra is a very, very strong one. In fact, the only regret that I have is that it's not as regularly updated. It's more season based. But that thing's covered everything from sort of like lithium mining, which is a really interesting topic and a pretty important one, to, I mean, there's some climate change issues, definitely gave some context for Ukraine. Richard Haas is the president of the Council on Foreign Relations. He's written a few books on world order and the state of world order, and very approachable ones. So I think he's got one called The World, which is actually not a bad sort of like primer to sort of get you up to speed in terms of all the different countries and their, kind of their place in the world order. And Haas will occasionally come on the podcast when there happens to be a particularly noteworthy event, and he usually does a pretty good job of sort of providing an informative but not necessarily geared to specialists perspective on things. And that's in addition to the the standard delivery of episodes on sort of timely and interesting ones. There's actually one on hip hop diplomacy, the use of like rap music, hip hop, to like bridge cultural divides, because apparently hip hop travels really well, and a little bit like jazz music in the Cold War, it was actually a way in which the United States has been able to, have soft power. So, if nothing else, if you want to get an idea of whether or not Why It Matters is a good one for you, I think the hip hop diplomacy episode is a good one to start with. And then there's the Foreign Affairs interview, which again, probably if you don't read the journal, it's not as interesting, but I believe now that one they are doing an interview with at least one of the authors of something that's appeared in it, and they're good. I don't know, like it's just one of these ones where it's I feel like I'm more likely to read it if a physical copy is showing up in my mailbox, and it's not overwhelmingly, like, if I divide it over the 12 months, like, it's not unbelievably expensive. I actually don't know the answer to that question, Vanguard Master, but if somebody in chat has the answer, I'd be interested in knowing myself. Now, I'm trying to remember... Oh, yeah, so we're talking about, like, reading... Yeah, okay, sorry. Again, this is the sleepiness factor. The reason I brought that up is that the way that they sell books through Foreign Affairs is, like, there's always going to be at least one ad which is paid for from the Council on Foreign Relations inside their own magazine. There's a Harry S. Truman quote. Not all readers are leaders, but all leaders are readers. And I think that, along with a few other quotes, tends to lead this type of sort of self-helpish, grind set / optimize your life / whatever, to sort of pay lip service to the importance and value of reading. But it's always viewed in that context of, like, your hyper-optimized life. You got to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and your heart rate's got to be exactly this, and you need to, get your Muse, which is like $4,000 of passive income a month. Wonderful if you can do that, but you can't just will that to existence. Or maybe I'm just not good at this sort of stuff, right? I always keep giving away all my data stuff, so maybe this is the reason why I don't have a good side hustle. But the big problem that I have with that is, like, I kind of feel like reading is an end in itself, and this idea that, like, because this is the way you live your optimized life is, you read 3.4 books a week, and you skim if you don't meet your target, or like, just reading as some kind of a, like, as part of this, like, optimization or self-improvement program. Like, reading is the end in itself. Like, reading is enjoyable. Like, pick up stuff you're interested in. Ideally, pick up stuff you don't know and learn about stuff that you don't know. So I don't know, there's just something about the, like, again, I maybe shouldn't be so elitist on this stuff. Like, it's if people are reading, and that's a good thing, right? Like, I don't really know if there's such a thing as, like, reading for the right or wrong reasons, but I do sometimes wonder if these kinds of programs are really, like, instilling a love of reading, or if it's just sort of like, this is my grind or whatever, and this is what some business guru told me to do, so this is why reading's good. Because I don't know, I've run into some people who feel like they're experts in self-help books, and that self-help books are all kind of self-referencing each other, and it doesn't really feel like these people are holding opinions of substance. And I would argue that they're not even necessarily living the good lives that these books are sort of purporting to teach. But maybe I'm just a big curmudgeon. And again, I totally didn't need to go on that foreign affairs aside, but I hope those podcasts are interesting to you. And you said they put you in a speed reading class when you were like 12. It was a big mistake because it just costs more in library fees. So my library has gotten rid of library fees. And I think I've talked about how this has created the worst possible incentive, because they don't count a book as lost until it's 21 days overdue. So effectively, all of my loans, I've added another 21 days on, even if there's like 100 people in line waiting. And in fact, even if it's 21 days, they'll charge you for the book, but if you return it reasonably quickly, they will remove the lost fee as well, the replacement fee. I'm assuming they'll charge you if they actually do wind up buying a new book, so I haven't wanted to play chicken with that. But yeah, like, because they got rid of the fees, like, I'm absolutely keeping the book 3 weeks longer than I should. I could just read it earlier, but I got YouTube to watch. Yeah, some reading is not good, just as some TV is not good. Most of YouTube is good. Yeah, I just don't really think I'm in the position to sort of say what good and bad reading is. Because like sometimes I look at this stuff and I say, well, it's not for me, it doesn't work for me, but it's, who am I to say that this person is not, not doing the right thing by reading this stuff? I don't know though. So we're heavy on engineering points. But by the way, if you have not been to your library lately, assuming you have a local library in your region, I highly recommend you go there. There is actually something about going into a physical building where the books are not necessarily... Like, if you Google something, you usually find out exactly... Like, if you Google something, you get usually exactly what you want, or at the very least, you get the popular result. And the nice thing about libraries is because everything's, like, on shelves and laid out... Like, usually you have to go through stuff that you don't want to get to the stuff that you want. Every once in a while, you find something interesting. And that doesn't happen with Google. And yeah, I actually do have a suggestion too. If you run into, because I had this problem that Rouge Light Girl's talking about. You can't do libraries. You're too forgetful. But you did get an e-reader, and your reading has definitely improved recently. So if you are, where I developed this actually was because a lot of the stuff that I wanted to read at a certain point was very expensive, and the public library was not willing to let people walk out of the building with it for fear that they wouldn't return. And so I got accustomed to reading stuff in the reference section. So like Vancouver was great because I don't know if any of you know what the CFA is, but it's like Chartered Financial... Crap, I don't remember what it is anymore. Chartered Financial Analyst. I should have known that. It's basically if you want to like be a mutual fund advisor or like a trader or something like that. It's it's not one you have to have, but it's very desirable to have. And but it's finance, for crying out loud. Of course they're gonna like rip your face off as far as the fees are concerned. And there was like the whole program, all of the textbooks that you would need in the library, in the reference section. So like if you wanted to learn all the like different kinds of models that people use to do trading, you could go into the library, not have to pay a penny, and you could read that. And I absolutely did that. I didn't do the whole course because like there's just tons of reading for that. But like when I started getting interested in econ, and again, finance and econ are two different things, but I was sort of like, okay, let me see if this is like something I can sort of stand. And so like I'd open up a few things, and then like eventually I did kind of get interested in financial markets, so I would read a little bit of that, but again, probably more from a theory point of view rather than actually trying to trade individual securities. So I got enough to sort of figure out that, yeah, this seems interesting, and I'd like to take some more classes on it. But in theory, if with enough time and dedication, I presumably could have read through the whole course, and if nothing else, I just would have been ahead if I did decide to ultimately get that designation. But yeah, there are a few. So if you are the sort of person who will tend to miss due dates, and you don't have a library that has canceled late fees, one of the ways that you can do it, there's two things that are really cool about libraries, in addition to the virtue that I talked about in terms of like an inefficient search. I'm bringing up the inefficient search stuff just because that was like a draft for an article that I was working on, and I probably won't publish it, but it's been on my mind lately. But one of the ways that you can affordably visit a library if the overdue thing becomes a problem is to take the books off the shelf and read them in the library. And it has two useful effects, which is number one, fewer distractions if you're someone like me and there is the temptation of video games or the phone or whatever. But number two, it's a little bit like going to work. So, presumably, if you work in an office, which admittedly is not something you can take for granted as much anymore, you leave the house or the apartment, you go to a place to do a specific thing. And if you find it tricky, like if you're trying to rebuild that reading habit again, actually going out somewhere to do the reading can be helpful in terms of building the habit. You also don't have to like stick with it that way, but like that can be a useful way to just sort of get back in that mindset. And then once you're kind of back to reading on something of a regular basis, you can read whatever you have at home, or if you don't have the worry about returning late books, then you can sign stuff out too. But those are a couple of maybe indirect ways that libraries are helpful. The other reason why libraries are helpful is, at least as far as Ottawa is concerned, they have video games there now. So if you wanna try something on your your Switch or your PlayStation or whatever, it's not just that they keep video games, but they're actually keeping fairly up to date with them. So. I was totally gonna finish at the 3-hour mark, but I've been filibustering the game, so I'm gonna try, if I can, to get to the objective. Okay, so I'm not gonna cross this, but I at least want to get some eyes. And Vanguard Master, I'm gonna guess the silence is either I've scared everyone away with my insane rants on topics that are completely unrelated to the game, or we don't have solutions to what you're. I'm sorry I didn't have anything myself, but I didn't want you to feel ignored. I genuinely do not have an answer for yours. I was kind of hoping that somebody was a little bit better equipped. I have a couple of people who are very big open source advocates that I know, and whenever something scary happens in Linux, I'm usually able to poke them and they'll help me out. You've asked around. There seems to be some programs that would help, so you're in the process of seeing. Oh, good luck. We arrive at a planet that is cut in two by a huge fissure. This chasm extends beyond the horizon and descends into the deepest darkness. However, a civilization that once occupied the area built a delicate bridge across the emptiness. Its thin metal frame has survived the centuries. We're apprehensive, but it seems to be the only way across. So we cross the bridge, reinforce the structure, or analyze the structure. We'll reinforce it, and let's get Pakistan on it. Our engineer goes first, reinforcing several weak points as they travel across the structure. When they reach the other side, they send a message saying the bridge will now support our weight. Despite the cold sweat caused by the sheer drop beneath our feet, we cross without incident. I'm living on the edge and shift deleting files. I'm definitely very much a product of. Oh wow! So that didn't get us anything, huh? I'm very much a product of GUIs. I just like move stuff into the recycling bin and or the trash can if I'm on a Mac, and delete the old-fashioned way. I think I used BleachBit for like one thing, because it seems that like something nasty downloaded itself onto my computer, and it like somehow the permissions were changed so that even though I was the admin level account, like it still said I didn't have permissions to delete it. But like that's the only special kind of deletion that I've done. I know everybody, like, especially because like when I use Mac OS or like Linux, I pretty much live in the terminal. So like people who see me compute on the two different platforms cannot believe how differently I use the two. And yet for me, like, it's just I can't imagine doing computing any other way. Okay, we come across a titanic metal structure that at one point must have opened like a flower and began the process of vomiting smaller, intricate metal structures, only to freeze mid-process. It appears to be an alien terraforming ship that lost a battle with the planet's natural ecosystem. So we can search for personal effects, which will drop morale but get us an object. We can attempt repairs, which will improve morale. I think I want the object, so... I realize I'm kind of playing with fire when I mess with morale that way, but I feel like we've been able to recover it whenever we've needed it, so... Okay, 25, 15, so we will risk the whatever this is. Okay, so Nick's got the worst of it, but Nick's is hardy, so... Our expedition arrives at our intended destination, but what we find at the location is at first incomprehensible. The ground, glimmering with precious minerals, flows upwards and disappears into the sky. Is it a gravitational phenomenon, or some kind of technology that defies our current level of understanding? Is there a risk in approaching it? Sever the flux. Our engineer performs some scans. With the help of the ship's sensors, they figure out what is going on. Far above, in orbit, there is a collection station with a gravity-inverting mechanism. They try to communicate with it, but it's ancient, abandoned by a foreign civilization. Our signals are misconstrued and the satellite ceases its activity. It heads into space in pursuit of its next mission objective. The minerals rain down, and we have to protect ourselves as they fall. However, we are now free to take what we need. Okay, so that's the objective. I don't think there's anything else on this world for us, so I might mess around a little bit to get the health back, but... Alright, we only have one level 2 character on the team now. So 26 minerals is good. Dehydrator, headlamp, galactic dial, and amethyst. We have got a lot of trading items, which is good. And I think the usual routine here is to boost the skill and then the health, although 8's pretty hardy. So we could do Care of the Ancients, which is +3 for 2 expedition members, so that's 6 in total. Or... Crew member loses 1 action point and 4 health points for 1 expedition member. I mean, the total would be 6 for Care of the Ancients. I feel like we've got enough for healing, though, so we'll make him hardier. I do still like doing manual. I kind of like seeing it unload. We have at least a little iron. Most of this stuff we're already full up on. Don't have cobalt though. Well, we have cobalt, but not as much. Okay. So, the reason why we stopped by here was so we can drill for iron. I'm a little scared about the fuel situation, but we do have a bunch of helium. So we created this black hole so that we can jump, hopefully, past the sort of the dearth of planets. Let's see if we can pull it off. Ooh, just barely.
Equipment damaged.
So this will give me a chance to save.
Fuel tank low.
Celestial object. We come across a standard, rather ordinary relay station. While its orbit is unusually wide, we don't take much notice until one of the crew discovers that it doesn't respond to our signals. It appears to be empty. What could have caused the inhabitants to flee? So we could retrieve a piece of the object. This will give us resources in exchange for a slot. So it looks like I can't change the cargo hold. We can look for stellar coordinates. Long trip, oxygen. This is a risky one, but we'll go for it.
Oxygen low.
Cool. The ship has moved elsewhere. Ooh. All right. It's a bit scary, but we've got... I'm probably going to have to hit the neutron star. Well, there's a couple things we can do here. Do you know of any empire building games that require minimal player interaction, where you can just watch the game play itself and only once in a while do something to point it in a direction? I'm a little hesitant to mention this one, Vanguard Master, because I've not really spent a lot of quality time with it, and there is a sequel out which may change the equation a bit. But from what I understand, Distant Worlds universe has a number of levels of automation, like to a level that I believe if you really just wanted to control a single ship, you could, and automate everything else. But you could also, I suppose in principle, let the ships manage themselves, and then you focus on the Empire running. Now, the reason why I say I'm hesitant to mention this one is just for the simple reason that I personally find it very annoying when, I ask a fairly serious or sincere question, and people come back with what are basically Google searches. Because, for me, it's yeah, I've got Google too. I'm looking for... I'm looking for maybe something a little more substantial. But the reason why I specifically mentioned that one for you is, I think, number one, I noticed from the settings that it had that, and it seems, at least in letter, if not spirit, in line with what you were talking about. And I've also heard it described in the terms that you seem to be using. So, again, I kind of got over my, my hang-ups about, giving kind of the Google level answer. But that would probably be the first place I check. Again, I don't know if that changed for Distant Worlds 2. Distant Worlds universe, from what I understand, is basically just all the Distant Worlds. The thing is, though, that is a complicated game. It's Slytherin, so that's kind of already an indicator. But I think it is one where it asks a lot of you, and one of the ways that you get past it is it'll take some of the work off your hands if you want. And then, I mean, the trickier part is the Empire half of the equation, because I suspect to a certain extent one might say, well, what about something like Dwarf Fortress? Because you don't sort of, so far as I can tell, you don't directly control the dwarves. You give orders, and they sort of take care of business. And I guess you can sort of make a similar argument to something like RimWorld. But I don't really think that's exactly what you're looking at as far as the Empire building is concerned. So, I don't know. Distant World Universe is the first thing that comes to mind in terms of what you've talked about. But yes, in fact, it's being published by Kit Fox Games. So, if you liked Boyfriend Dungeon, you get Boyfriend Dwarf Dungeon. to create. If I'm asking a question, I just want people to treat you like you've done the bare minimum of searching on your own. But then I know other people are here, and they probably didn't do the bare minimum. So yeah, it's tough, right? Like you never. The thing I need to acknowledge is that like people are trying to be helpful, and that is in its own way a nice thing. But it can also be a little frustrating when you're asking, like, like I think some of you, I think you and Algrins have seen me ask this sort of stuff. Like, I had a really specific question about an estimator. So there's an estimator for a certain type of data in econometric called a Tobit estimator. And essentially, it sort of deals with the idea of censored data. So things where you can't sort of treat it as, we took all of the observations at random and we know that the values that are there are the real values. There's things like the Heckman correction where it's like we think that there is a chance that, the sample's been selected in some way, that there's this type of respondent that's more likely to give a response. And if you have this other type of response, it's more likely that, they left it blank or something like that. And then there's like, you can have surveys where it's like, what's your income bracket? You have almost kind of these continuous values up to some maximum that's like, 150,000 plus. And like those numbers could be 150,000 to like Bezos money. And that's obviously a really wide range. Similarly for like minimums, you can see sort of like a floor, and that some of those values are going to be 0, but the survey is never going to report below that certain value here. And so there's a series of tools that are made for dealing with that, but that's obviously a very specific problem to deal with. And so if you pay for a piece of software, like if I had my choice, I'd love to have a piece of software called Stata. The thing is like to use Stata for the number of cores I have, you're looking at about $2,000 US a year for a license. Or you can buy it, but the buying option is basically like paying for 3 or 4 years of a license, something like $8,000. I got an email from them giving the exact title. And like to their credit, like when I explained what I wanted to use it for, they actually did offer me the academic pricing, on the condition that I wouldn't be using it for commercial purposes. And the problem is that the difference was small enough that I was sort of like, well, honestly, if I was going to spend that money on it, I would, it'd probably better to get the commercial option, so I have the option of like recovering some of these costs, through work for hire. Not that I know people who'd hire me as a data analyst. Actually, that's not entirely true. There might be a couple, but I wouldn't want to presume, let's say. So, yeah, like, obviously I'm not going to spend a few $1,000s for, what's basically recreational econometrics, which is a very weird sentence, but it's kind of what it is. So, yeah, I mean, like, I ask a question like that knowing full well that, I'm not going to get specific answers. And like I specifically was looking for that to be implemented in Python for reasons that are kind of unique for me, because I do know there's a way of doing it in R. But I am specifically looking to avoid using R for this particular project. And like in the end, what I'm trying to do is that I have enough textbooks that I can probably code up my own estimator, but it also feels a little weird that Python, for its popularity, does not seem to have, something that you could find in an introductory econometrics textbook. Admittedly, in like the back sections called advanced methods, but still like something that you would find in like Baby Wooldridge. It's a little weird that that's not implemented in something like stats models. So I just wanted to see if Python, mavens understood that. And essentially in this one, you're just kind of counting on having either a large following or a following that is quite specialized in your field of knowledge. So getting silence on that is not surprising. But the worst thing that could happen would be if somebody replies with just like, oh, well, why don't you use R? It's like, well, because like I have other specifications which, need not be elaborated on right now. But that was part of the that was part of the condition, right? That it's an alternative. And it's just one of these things where in the end, like, you wind up spending time on something that isn't going to work, rather than getting the solution. So again, you never want to discourage people from being helpful, but like sometimes you do want people to have done the work. And there was another one where like Jake Burkett was asking, so he had a specific statistics question about what he was effectively looking for was like whether or not it was something whether or not a trimmed, like the term he was looking for was trimmed mean. So for those of you that know what the median is, like, so, order the number, this isn't the actual definition of median, but like order all the numbers and then take either the middle one if it's odd or the two middle ones and divide by 2, so the average of the two. And I think, that is the most extreme example of a trimmed mean. That's trimming it down to one observation. And what he was effectively wondering was not could he do it in the sense, like he had a method in order to do it, but he wanted to know whether or not that was actually a concept in statistics or whether or not there's like some like principle that's being violated or something like that. And again, it's one of these ones where he's reasonably well known, so he got a lot of answers. And he had to very nicely sort of ask, it's like, is this something that you know, or is this an opinion? And like, some people kind of got a bit defensive about it. It's like, well, my major was in math. And it's like, okay, but like math's a big subject, right? Like, I wouldn't necessarily want somebody who does, I don't know, like algebraic topology, to turn around and, and try and explain to me, some arcane, minutiae in statistics, right? I mean, apparently Terence Tao, like, just is amazing at every subject he touches, but, most people specialize in this stuff. So eventually I kind of just, like, gave him a quick DM, and it's like, well, I think I might fit under, like, domain expert, but keep in mind I don't work in games, and, but I said, like, basically, if you're looking to establish, is this a thing? Yes, and I gave him sort of the same analogy. It's like, if you think of the median as the most extreme trimmed mean, and like using all your data as, the most permissive, you can set whatever goal, like you can set whatever condition you want on the edges. The problem is that, is this a reliable measure? Like, is this what you're looking for? Clearly you don't want to engineer your results to a particular conclusion. There's a couple things you can do in terms of calculating bias through this method, but like, if in the end what you were looking to do, like, if you don't want to go through the whole arguments about efficiency and exactly the properties of these types of estimators, like, yes, this is a thing and it actually has a special name, and here's where you can go and learn about them if you want. And that's basically what he was looking for. But that was me going actually through some of my textbooks to take a look and see what some of the thinking had been on that subject. Anyway, that's an exact, like, I guess for me, like, given the fact that I know when I was trying to answer this question, I actually took the time to go and make sure I wasn't offering an opinion. I sometimes hope that people do the same. So Vanguard Master says, yes, I remember someone mentioning Distant Worlds as being that. You'd forgotten about it till you mentioned it. I will definitely look at it from the way you remember it described, and the way you described it is what I'm looking for right now. That's great to hear, and the good news is because Distant Worlds 2 came out, hopefully you'll be able to get Distant Worlds Universe for a pretty good discount. I mean, Distant World 2s might be what you're looking for too, but I suspect it was Distant Worlds Universe is what you had referenced. Okay, so what I gotta do here is make sure that I have enough oxygen to get me to Okay, so Nutristar, so that's going to cost me 7. So we have 19 to use in this system. 13. Okay, it's close, but we'll make it. I'm going to try and recover what I can.
Low. Fuel tank low.
If it's an emergency, I can use the oxygen here, but oh, cool. I can use Omega as well. So this is where the game gets really interesting, right? We hit a limit in terms of our ship's range, and we like really kind of YOLO'd it. And we don't know whether or not this is going to turn out.
Oxygen low.
So this is kind of where I like that sort of challenge of managing your resources well. Oh, the one thing I didn't think about was trying to get to the garden world. But again, it's a neutron star, which should have garden worlds on it. Yes. Oh, and come to think of it, it might cost us oxygen to land on the garden planet. Nope, just fuel and... Oh, God. That could not have been more close. But look at that beautiful number. We're getting out of here. All right. There's a side of me that really wants to go to a rocky world, but the most direct path to the rocky planet... You're kidding me. How is that out of range? Oh, hang on, because of the... Yeah, okay. So it turns out we are going to a red dwarf. Discover new life, new civilizations. An extraterrestrial traveler hails us in a friendly way, and we decide to allow it to dock with our ship. Its explorations have made it rather wealthy, and its crew is very appreciative of their captain. So we can organize a welcome ceremony for morale at the cost of oxygen, try to find out more object in exchange for oxygen, or refuse to meet them. I'm not crazy about losing oxygen, but we'll try to find out more. So we're back to the rocky planet just so that we can get our iron up. Oh, looks like there's some exploration as well. Once we make it to the rocky planet, I think I have to call it an evening. I do have a little bit of a second wind, but I still have the writing to do tonight, so... it's tempting to go to the mineral area to maximize iron, but we are going to go for the alpha anomaly. 2 skulls, asphyxia, bleeding. We want to make sure that we bring a linguist. And as always, we bring Nyx. Now, I should take a look. We did get the new suit here, so it's educated guess. Blindness status has been applied to the crew for 3 rounds. Why would we possibly want to do this to ourselves? Dehydrator seems like a good one. Okay, so Pakistan's pretty much a must. The question would be, which of the two linguists do I want to bring? I'll bring Ikat again. The trinket, I don't remember if fever was a thing. I guess I'll stick with it. And yeah, Pakistan's level 2, so they're pretty much always going to be on the expeditions unless we need something else. Okay. So, as usual, we're going to try and avoid anything that causes us to bleed. I'm going to mess around with some locations ahead of time, though. So, we spot an enormous lance sticking out of the ground. Pardon me. As if thrown from orbit by an angry sky god. In reality, it is a planetary drill used to open a mine that was subsequently abandoned for no apparent reason. I'll analyze the abandoned maps. I think alien words are kind of nice. Now, I do want to make sure we still have 3 linguistics by the time we do the event. So imprisoned, I feel pretty safe because we've got 2 characters with engineering. But I'm still in stop and smell the roses mode, so... Oh, there's the objective. It might actually be worth potentially taking the damage. Yeah, in this case, let's give it a shot. Okay, it's Nyx that got hit, so that could be worse. Excuse me. Our expedition arrives in a large open-air mine. The minerals here are abundant, and the veins glisten under the starry sky, a veritable treasure trove. However, there are miner drones here. It would seem a nameless interstellar corporation is farming the area's resources, and yet we haven't come across a civilization. Is the corporation plundering the planet? Have these robots been working here long? Can we take our share without provoking them? I'm actually going to try and see what Hijack the Drones does this time. Our engineer locates the drone's main communication frequency. The technology is robust, but it seems ancient. It's a relatively easy matter for us to reprogram them to mine for us. They even deliver the minerals at our requested location without having to move. We relax while the drones take care of everything, satisfied by the thrill of a successful mission. So I will heal people, but we don't quite need it yet, so. Obviously, we're going to check this out when we can. Okay, so no need to hit the spikes. We can access that without damage. Now, Nyx is the only survivalist, so notice that I haven't started using her abilities yet. Another ventilated suit. Once we use this location, and maybe once we investigate around here a little bit, I'll feel a bit safer to use up my survivalist points. We don't know. The thing is that we don't know what challenges await us yet by the end of the mission. So. If it were to be more engineering tasks, I'd feel okay about it. But in the case of the kinds of challenges we're running into, in fact, let's just take a quick look in the dark areas here, because I suspect there's not too much. Yeah, this is the edge of the map. Okay, so these are just rewards. Well, just rewards. I'm happy to get the rewards, but nothing we need to worry about spending points on. Yeah, the one thing I don't want to do basically is like use 3. So if let's say I don't know, I've got 3 characters wounded, right? So let's say I use 3 survival points, and then this crash or whatever I need to, yeah, imprison. So this does tell me it's 2 red, so I suppose I should feel a little bit better. Yeah, I maybe didn't think this through, but like if there was a situation in which I had a pretty good indication that I would, like, the better outcome was 3 survival. Clearly, I would have wanted to use my linguist to heal people rather than, you know, prematurely use the survival. So that's the reason I was holding off on that. A large dilapidated vessel of unknown origin lies before our expedition party. It is made of many small compartments, like jail cells, and we believe that it must have been a prison ship heading for the Mausoleum of Eternity. As we search for usable relics, something activates, and we find ourselves trapped in cells. We are captives of the ships. Hack the ship's systems. Using an emergency access panel, our engineer manages to hack into the ship's system. With relative ease, they reset the security settings and open our cells. We come across useful items, perhaps left behind during hasty evacuation. In the end, this fraught exploration turned out quite well. Mythological map, and it'll probably show us new locations for goodies. But for us, we're getting out of here. However, I should be healing people now. So we may not need to drill depending on what we find in the minerals, but we tend not to get a lot of iron from the raw minerals. Bunch of stuff we can't really afford to carry. So, we are going to drill. Now, I guess I can't be completely reckless with the energy because we don't know... Like, we don't know where our next... Ouch. We don't necessarily know where our next refuel is going to come from. But we're doing well for hull. Actually, it looks like we're kind of spoiled for choice, so we can refuel at the Blue Giant, so we will. Now, if I'm lucky, I can do this just at this one planet. So we kind of knew that was going to happen. So obviously we've given up on some hull, but I don't need to worry about visiting the other planet, which means that I save the oxygen. Now this is a real dilemma, right? Because like I kind of want to save, but if I save, that means I'm spending more than one turn getting to the rocky planet. I think we'll go to the Yellow Dwarf because that gives me a garden world to land on and get the oxygen for, and the rocky planet's still in range. So obviously we give up a bit of fuel and
oxygen low.
Hull for that, but oxygen is the thing that depletes the fastest for us. I'm going to try equipping the item that gives you experience when you visit a village, although I doubt that it's going to work because it's the objective. But we'll see.
Huh. Oh.
Some really good ones here, actually. I think I'm going to go for the experience. Okay. So hopefully this winds up giving us a bunch of experience. Also, I think this is the first time we've had this character. We've like gone out of our way to put this character in the party. Our expedition spots a well-organized village and begin to make our way towards it. Its inhabitants send an emissary, a humanoid robot, out to meet us. It seems they are quite an advanced civilization. Unfortunately, the messenger bears no friendly greeting. After establishing contact, it tells us that we are not welcome here. Then it orders us to leave and never come back. Analyze the situation. A xenolinguist exchanges a few words with the robot, which sound meaningless to our ears. During this exchange, they appear to deduce a number of important points that shed light on the situation. The village is inhabited solely by robots, former servants of biological beings such as ourselves. They rose up against their masters. After learning this, we decide it would indeed be wise to take a detour. But we got 2 new words. Cool. I was going to say, it's like, we confirmed that we should follow the advice. Yes, skill points well used. So it would have been nice to have the lockpick, but can't have it all. This actually looks like it'll be a pretty profitable experience trip for the tourist guides. Sorry, my head's swimming a little bit. I'm really, really tired. I still have writing to do, but we gotta get to the rocky planet. Us child god inlat, roar Lanarkorf star inlat, roar Lanarkorf star, roar god inlat. Us Lanarkorf star inlat. The alien performs the sign of the village. It is a great show of respect and trust. Okay, as always, helpful to look for goodies. I don't really use headlamps, so that's not a bad start. 2 oxygen saves me from mining it up. Hydrogen, interesting. That might also make more sense than the minerals. Because the hydrogen I can just throw in the... Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah. And recruitment, unlikely that we're going to trade anyone out, but Yeah, this is a trickier one, right? Because if you look at Pagistan, like there, so the reason I would keep Pagistan is this: like, yes, it's cool to see level 3, but it's the same number of points. They've got 1 extra health, so unless there happens to be some, you know, like some skill that's just amazing, it would make sense to kind of keep this one around. So, the village was really for the experience. Okay, so that looks like it. Yeah, so no objective, but plenty of things to earn experience from. Although it looks like only one of them we got experience from the village, so we'll see whether or not my trading was worth it. Okay, cool, yeah. I guess the only other thing I could have wished for would have been iron, which theoretically I might have gotten through minerals, but again, you just see how frequently it's something else. As it happens, the plants will be helpful because we need some replacements anyway. This is interesting. I didn't even think... Oh, actually, yeah, we are going to head into the nebula, so this may not be a bad idea to equip. Okay, so 5 morale every 6 trips. I don't think we have an ecosystem 60. This is actually something I think I might have to have it in arm's reach. Just a second. I do. Is that all my ship stats written out? "70 performance, 20 ecosystem, 50 resistance, 60 comfort, 5 crew, 8 light year telescope, 5 cosmic folder," although that's probably changed because of my character skills. So this is useless to me. Performance 70, so this is a good one. +3 morale per xenolinguist every 4 interstellar voyages. This is going to give me... Oh, see, this is the shame. Well, no, because we don't need the 3 morale. So yeah, this is one we can afford to get rid of, and we will protect against the morale loss. Now, again, whether or not we make it into a nebula in time is another question. It depends whether or not there's another phase to the Rocky Planet quest. But... I believe our other goal is actually in a nebula, so 50 turns of protection is not a bad thing in my opinion. So that was like, we were expecting it to be a profitable stop, but it's actually even more profitable than I thought it would be. Okay, so this will probably be the last stop for tonight because I'm already an hour over, but it makes up for the over an hour of babble. I appreciate everyone's patience. We won't end on a cliffhanger. We're going to see what waits us on the Rocky Planet. Oh, damn. Sergey, are you sure you're picking up signals from this planet? It looks completely dead.
Ah.
Wait for it. There! Do you see it, Captain? Oh, that's a shame, Vanguard. Do you mean the mountain range? Well, it does kind of look like a bird. That's it. I know it is. That's the Judge Architect. It's asleep or dormant. Somehow it's merged with the planet itself. Incredible. Do you think it's alive? Barely. I think it's some kind of hibernation. If I had to guess, the only way to bring it out of stasis would be to revitalize the planet. Captain, I'm not entirely sure I'm comfortable waking up a behemoth that has already destroyed humanity once. I know, Sergei. We've seen with our own eyes what the God Cubes are capable of. We have to try. And if it decides to obliterate us when it wakes up, then we die. It might seem strange to you, but I still believe in the mercy of gods. So this is interesting. I may actually be able to build the life seed. Yeah. I have the carbon, the tungsten, and the cobalt. The question is, what do I give up? So drill and hydrogen probe are non-negotiable. I could sort of do without the refinery, but I don't want to do that. The Death Seed is still kind of useful to us. Wormhole generator, we need to get back. Can't get rid of the telescope. I don't think it's a good idea to get rid of the shield generator. Yeah, none of these can go. So we use the oxygen as much as we can. We convert this to a technology slot. This is starting to limit my options, but achievement unlocked, a negligible and temporary race called mankind. I don't like where this is going. Huh? Captain, it's waking up. Stay sharp. We don't know how it will react when it sees us. Keep the engines engaged so we can leave quickly if things start to go wrong. And thus I live again. Judge Architect, we are the ones who restored you. Oh, humans. So I encounter your species again, so soon. Such selfish creatures. With you, nothing is ever free. I suppose you want something from me. We need your help to defeat a being that threatens the whole galaxy. You would ask a Judge Architect to fight in one of your petty wars? And who are you to give me orders? I'm Captain Nix, and this is Science Officer Sergei. We are the crew of the Vanguard, which was tasked with bringing the Archon to the Mausoleum of Eternity. One thing led to another. We allied our cause to that of the Archons in order to annihilate the God Cubes. This is an unexpected turn of events. The creation wishes to destroy its creators. We cannot stop the God Cubes without you. There isn't much time left. I don't understand what's going on with the... I feel like there's parts of the plot that I'm completely missing. Because I thought that we said the God Cubes left and we were trying to stop the Archon. Time passes and violence goes on, but somehow you have survived. You have restored a Judge Architect to life. That is no small feat. The universe appears to have blessed your mission. I agree to accompany you. If you can receive me aboard your ridiculous vessel. We are ready to go. It's been so long since I've encountered humans. Since you destroyed our home planet, you mean? Sergei, I suggest you stop trying to offend our guest. Your companion has every right to be upset. Besides, remorse has long been an associate of mine. What does that mean? You regret literally eating our son? I regret the deaths, not the act. With the act I ascended. I possess supreme power. I can feel it burning within me even now. I could destroy your vessel and the planets around us with a snap of my fingers. Don't feel the need to demonstrate. It's holding you back. I want to know why you agreed to come with us. You cannot understand, little thing. It is beyond your comprehension. And that seems like a good place to stop. Sergey, leave the Judge Architect alone until we reach our destination. That's an order. Yeah, again, really weird changes in tone. Like, we woke up a god, and that's a cool idea, and now we're kind of back to the comedy. Neutralizing the Archon with the Judge Architect. By the power of the Judge Architect will help us prevent the Archon's ascension. Now, I guess the question I have here is, what's stopping me from the Mystery of the Nebula? In fact, if anything, it'd be kind of nice if I had a save point, to be honest, but what I'm going to try here... It's a little scary hull-wise, but... So I'm actually going to orbit this so that I can repair the ship. Ah, damn it. It's unfortunate that only cost me the 3. So this is me seeing how close I can get to the nebula. Pretty darn close, it looks like. And the other thing I want to be aware of is, like, what does our path look like? So it kind of seems like we kind of need to curve a bit like that. Well, I guess that's not true. I mean, I'm chewing through a ton of Omega. I should probably be aware of that, but...
Equipment damage.
Fair. So 46 light years. We've got a couple of save spots, and... Well, I mean, that is pretty close. But I think this is actually a path that works for me. So I'm going to start with this red dwarf. We're going to move to the white dwarf, and then... Because that gives me a save point. And then we'll call it for tonight. Famous stew. In a city square, we come across hundreds of aliens congregating around a colossal pot, all of them holding bowls. We make our way closer, and the head chef asks us to taste their main dish. We accept the proposition with pleasure, although the smell is mouth-watering. The moment we put our lips to the stew, a strong burning sensation forces us to spit everything out. The chef is offended, and our group is cast out from the city. Your reputation on the planet is decreased. All right. Biage is tempting, given the difference. Now, is it something I want to give up morale for? Tough call. by the same argument, ditching Pakistan. I think we'll make do with what we've got. And honestly here, you know what? There's actually some stuff that I can... it's a little tempting to go for oxygen, but... probably should have gone for some of that tungsten now that I think of it. I'm slightly curious why this is shining. Oh, probably because I'm bringing a god on board. Okay. I still need to actually get the... I still need to get the iron. I was hoping we wouldn't be exploring. I need to go to bed. Okay, mineral area or... Hey, okay. I like it when it's easy. So we'll start with the expedition. It's the usual suspects. Ikat is closer to 4. Pakistan needs the experience. Okay. So this is hopefully a quick one. I suppose I shouldn't have expected a village to be... Well, no, because the lockpick kit... no, I still equipped the right stuff for people. Because it's the village boost is for linguists. Mineral boosts are for engineers, and I am going to find more minerals on this world than I am going to find chests. So, you know, again, the game is saying go after the Archon as soon as possible. Since the stream is going to end soon, you can't seem to be able to do any more work tonight. You're going to head off yourself as well. Thanks for the stream again. Have a good night. Good luck with your work, Vanguard Master. It sounds like you lost something important, so I'm sorry to hear that. But I do hope you're able to bounce back. I completely appreciate if you want a pick-me-up story. I can tell you about a time when my Linux virtual machine, let's say, quote-unquote, helped after an upgrade, and not only did it lose some data, but I actually got scooped on a really big article that I was doing, and I just completely lost the energy to do it. So if you want if you want to share war stories, I'm here for you. But you'll bounce back, and if you need to pick me up, we can talk. Have a good evening, and I hope tomorrow's a little bit better for you productivity wise. All right, so we're gonna see what we can convert this into. These are all nice to haves, but only Kickstarter, GoFundMe picks, other stuff like that. It wasn't anything game breaking, but it was concept art and the like that you'd worked a bit to save and put together. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's like, even if it's something that's replaceable, like it's still a drag to feel like that time was put towards something, you know, that didn't deliver. And like sometimes that didn't deliver can be, you know, like it can be, it didn't turn out as expected, but some of the worst ones are like, you know, I didn't even get to try. I didn't even get to see if the failure was, you know, the result of some misunderstanding. It's just the thing never got a chance to exist, which, you know, to me, those are the ones that like just throw me into a snit. Anyway, the reason we went to this world is to drill. Fortunately, we also got some tungsten. So we'll hit it with a 4 again. I probably should move down to a 2 at this rate. But decent on hull. We'll probably want to think about fuel before too long. And I'm definitely not terraforming. Okay. So I am very tired, and I need to get out of here. So I'm going to save the planets for the next stream. I'm actually going to write a note for myself, too. Okay, so I've left a note for myself on my tablet, but if you happen to be here early in the stream when I play Out There next, which may be next Friday, it may be a couple Fridays from now, and you see me in this area and I'm wondering, you absolutely have my permission to say you were going to check these other worlds. I'm hoping that I can get the hint from my fuel and oxygen levels, but I'm sure some of you may have noticed that I'm a little thick on some of this stuff. So, anyway, we're actually not that, we're not doing that bad. We have given up a lot of Omega, but then we were hoarding that for a while. So, yeah, we'll do conventional travel to the nebula. I suppose it depends on how much Omega we have, for moving to the Archon HQ, because presumably if there's nothing else for us in the nebula, we can but yeah, like presumably we can you know, we can do this nebula mission reasonably quickly, and we kind of have two options then, which is to burn a bunch of Omega to hop black holes to we can hop black holes to the Archon HQ. We could do a hybrid approach. We have a few options. One thing I might do is maybe just like do traditional hops, and then when I get an Omega from a world, like use that to do a big jump. Because the thing is that if this is kind of like, if this follows the roguelike model, like the trick is in a roguelike, if you just ignore everything, then when you get to the harder levels, you're in deep trouble. You do actually need to engage with stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I'm actually really glad I did Out There tonight. I do apologize for the more rambly nature of the broadcast and the fact that I was really bad at sort of keeping a coherent thought. I'm really curious what my writing's going to be like before I go to bed, but it's like 2:30 in the morning, so 3 a.m. is not a good bedtime for somebody who's trying to recover from a lack of sleep. But I'm responsible for my time management. I do thank all of you for hanging out, though, and being good sports. Especially, I appreciate Algren's letting me know there's a second volume, because like the book I have doesn't say volume one. Normally they label the volumes. Um, so I'm gonna look and see if I have access to the second volume, um, and then like hide my credit card so I don't even think about getting the used used books. Um, if you see me on the street and I'm rattling a cup, you'll know that I failed it. Half dozing, but here for the end. Hey, we're in the same boat. Let's take a minute here. Sorry to cut the music, but I'm going to take a minute and see if we can find someone to host tonight. Also, there's a meteor shower. I'll see if I can take a peek up in the sky and see. It's been really cloudy lately. Oh, interesting. We've got Outworld still kicking around. Okay, so there's no out there streamers. You know what? No need to make this difficult. I think you all kind of are familiar with Outworld at this point. He is doing, his title says MK1 Arcade Speedrun D-Rust. So I think he's done his, sort of adventures inside of, other MK games or getting achievements elsewhere. I think he's probably back on his usual world record. So it looks like he is trying to complete the game in less than 6 minutes, 1.9 seconds. I don't think he's going to make it on this particular run, but Outworld is somebody who's held a number of world records for this game. In fact, I believe he still has some, but I mean, it feels like this changes all the time. Very skilled streamer, somebody I've known for a really long time on the platform. And I realize this is probably not everyone's cup of tea, but he is definitely someone I like to try and he's definitely somebody I like to try and show some support to when I can. I'm kind of happy that I've been able to watch him a little bit more frequently. A couple other people who are online who are interesting. We've got Fruit Melody doing art. Kilgore Trout is doing incubation, which is sort of an XCOM-ish like game. And Will Shand is doing his games and demos thing. I can never know what that man is streaming. But I hope you stick around with me for some time with Outworld. We can boost his channel by 10%. And for the rest of you looking to get some sleep, I'm going to be doing the same after some writing and probably after checking Twitter. Thank you for watching. I'll be back Monday for 10 Crowns, whatever it's called. Old World. See ya.